Alrighty, so,
What? Okay.
Mark, you are
Yeah.
the first of the player characters to awaken.
Yeah, Mark is going to wake up and kind of look around, see if there's anything out of the ordinary.
Apart from Riki and Squib talking to one another, which is fairly common, Patterson continuing to play the trumpet very quietly, and the other people sitting within the room, there's nothing unnatural or out of the ordinary going on.
Okay. He's gonna take some time to himself ponder, see if his bird's close by.
You look out the window, you see that it is currently up in a tree, seeming to be asleep as it is resting.
Okay. He's gonna try to think of a name for it. He'll probably think of it at some point. He's gonna ponder himself and think about what was apparently about what MK1 said about him having his core, Mark having his core.
Yep.
So I'm gonna look over to. What'd you say?
I said, what exactly are you thinking?
He's thinking that. He's thinking that this core may be causing him to have these types of feelings and emotions. Thinks now that's the source of him having controversial thoughts and becoming angry at random times.
Alright. And you are about to look over to...
He'll look over to his other Mark.
Okay. You see him sitting in practically the same position that he's been sitting in for who knows how long. Just sitting in the chair, hands clasped together, more or less staring blankly ahead.
Mark,
Yes,
I have a question for you.
I may have an answer for you, Incruy.
Have you ever ended up needing to have your cores switched?
Yes, I believe I have needed this on one such occasion.
You ever had the thought about doing it multiple times?
The thought had occurred to me, but I rather enjoy the one that I have now, especially considering the fact that it is no longer damaged. Are you
What about-
considering getting a new one?
Well, potentially. I have a sort of an idea that I may need to talk to my Tempest about.
An idea, you say?
Mm-hmm.
What idea might that be?
Well, I don't know if you heard about what happened, but apparently this car I have is the one that belongs to the previous version of me,
Which one? Are there not two?
MK. There's three of us, so there's MK1, MK2, and I'm MK3.
I see. I remember my brother.
Is he also trying to make everyone in the world not organic?
No, I'm afraid to say that mine was very much more rational in thought. Very calm, though he did not get humor very well. He
Huh.
took things very literally.
Well, I have a theory that maybe potentially the core that was given to me by my Tempest may be causing me to experience more violent emotions since it is belonging to MK1, or it used to belong to MK1.
I see. It could be a situation of the core not resonating correctly with your personal spirit.
have a personal spirit?
All living things have spirits, my friend.
Yeah,
Though
but
others refer to them as souls.
he's gonna say yeah, but he's gonna point to himself. I'm a machine.
As am I. But I can very much well assure you, I have a soul. We Warforged are slightly different than the other constructs that other creators have in their repertoire. While most are simply constructs, we were constructed to be living machines more than simply a extension of our creator.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. But I think the thing that I was trying to do was wanted to see if maybe Tempest can let me have my ignore that vibrating. Have my
Mark just suddenly starts vibrating.
Mark
Jubilee
randomly,
feels a disturbance in the fort.
Mark randomly sets off his self-destruct system. Shit.
see if Tempest may, if he's finally repaired it, if he can maybe potentially let me have my my old core.
I see. What did your old core allow you to do?
Well, I was able to become relatively big. Did he say thick?
He didn't, but you did hear it from somewhere.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess bigger than what I am now. I was also infused with magic, so I was able to cast certain spells, summon up certain weapons and things of that nature. And on top of that, I had, I guess, when George infused my core with magic, it gave me the ability to actually speak with Tempest freely.
I see. How interesting. A much different approach than what you have now.
Yep. Still trying to get used to, everything and whatnot.
Yes.
With these, and
It
he kind of
does-
pulls out a revolver, not knowing which one it is.
It does take time to learn. Perhaps with a slightly more martial prowess, it will be quicker to learn such a weapon. Your old core may aid you in such a thing.
Potentially, I guess.
It is merely an idea. I know not if it would actually work.
Yeah, I suppose I could work on contacting Tempest and maybe get a way to get my second core back.
Wonderful. And as this conversation continues in another room, let's see, I forget his name, Scaliatus? I'm calling him Dragon Boy. Dragon Boy.
Scalodius.
You wake up and you actually feel something weighing down on your chest as you come into consciousness.
Just kind of slowly look my head down, see what's on top of me.
Oh God.
You see a white bird sitting on your chest, looking you over, tilting its head to one side or the other before beginning to peck at your clothes.
Why, hello there, Little friend, how did you get in here? He'll say, reaching up to pet it.
As you try to pet it,
Oh.
it raises its head and begins pecking at your fingers.
Oh, I see. My apologies, little one. He'll then try to sit up, making sure, holding the goose to make sure it doesn't fall.
You find you cannot sit up.
Oh dear. I am way too amused by this.
Does this mean it's time for the birds and the dragons talk?
How Dragonborns became actual dragons.
Oh my!
Yeah, they got screwed by a goose.
My word!
Oh God.
Oh, Lord, give me strength. My good feathered friend, I seem to be unable to get up. Would you mind getting off so I can get out of bed and possibly retrieve us both some breakfast?
As you say this, the goose just more or less wiggles and seems to be getting more comfortable.
God damn it.
Oh dear. Quite the predicament I'm in. I'll try to look around the goose just to my companion that's sleeping in the other bed,
She is still asleep.
seeing if they're awake yet.
Jeez.
Snort, me.
But Thorgrim, from your room, you come to with the very subtle sound of a goose honk.
Eyes snap open.
Yeah, like zoom in. I snap open, bloodshot. Like,
Shattered glass
Squidward.
noise.
yeah.
That is exactly the Squidward thing.
Yeah, exactly, very much so. And he slowly gets up out of bed and he grabs his hammer and he's gonna creep his way out of the room, forgetting all of their morning preparations. He doesn't really need to do too much, and he's going to sort of espionage, go against the wall and sort of lean into the next room, like to the door of the next room, and very quietly knock.
Yes, please come in.
I will immediately kick the door open.
Okay.
Oh dear.
As the door opens, Scaliotis, you see the door fly open, and the goose watches it the entire time before it hits the wall and rebounds, slamming right into Thorgrim right as he's trying to enter the room.
Motherfucker! Ah! I know you're in there, Goose.
My friend, the situation is really not that dire. You could just open the door normally.
You
By the
don't
way,
understand.
By the way, the door is shut again.
God damn it! I'm gonna open the door, less kicking it, more roughly opening it now.
Okay, roll in athletics.
Oh hell!
The
It's
goose is
holding the
fucking
door
with you.
shut. Oh no, wrong character sheet. God, 2 character sheets now.
Alright, so you go to try to open it a little quieter, however you do accidentally push it open with too much force, and once again, the goose just watches the door fly open, bounce off the wall, and slam back into you.
And then he gets hit, and then he falls on his butt and rolls backwards once. He's gonna straight comically, like full Looney Tunes, try and bull rush through the door.
Okay, so at this point, you watch as the goose hops off of you before waddling to the door very quickly and opening it as Thorgrim charges in and slams
Of
into
course.
the wall, which the goose walks out and shuts the door behind it.
Of course. I was expecting exactly that to happen.
Scalodius will sit up and be like, "Oh dear, this is a rather strange place."
And he just peels himself off the wall, like, That goose is nothing but trouble.
My good man, I understand. I understand that Goose may not be quite normal, but I still think your methods were a little excessive there.
Maybe they were a little excessive. Maybe they were a little extreme. But that goose is not normal.
My child, I must ask you to try to remain a little more quiet, as we still have a sleeping companion in here.
Slowly turn towards the sleeping elf and just go, "Oh, right." And then he very loudly goes, "Shh," and then
Of
creeps
course.
slowly back out of the room.
And Scalodius will get up and follow.
And at this point, Beastie, you begin waking up.
Can't believe Squib escaped.
Well, you weren't here, so Squib had free reign to leave.
No. There was
You let
another
your guard
tauntaun
down.
there. Also, I wasn't here because I was opening and closing drawers a lot. I figured you guys didn't want to hear that.
I mean, regardless, you still weren't here to tell. You still weren't here, so NPCs. Essentially, no grapple rules apply to NPCs when players are not available.
Shame.
Anyway, Beastie.
Okay.
Always on vacation.
So, I'm guessing she was awoken by the sound of a loud dwarf just smacking into a wall.
Probably,
Most
yes.
likely.
Door.
And kicking the door several times.
She'll get up and will quickly head out to see what is going on. What
Oh,
happened?
Beastie, my compatriot. The strangest thing, this goose was sitting on my chest, and yet I could not get up. And then Thorgrim tried to assist me, but unfortunately the goose managed to outsmart him.
Beastie is going to stare at you for several moments. She'll then sheath her sword and just head back into her room.
I'm not
Good,
awake.
you go back to bed now.
Beastie knows Scalodius is not one to lie.
Yeah, she thinks that you're still half asleep or something. She's going to check on Ophi real quick, see if they're doing okay.
Ophi will be at the bottom, so Tauntaun, roll a d4. Evens are Tauntaun, Ophi is off.
Oh, there you go.
Alright, so Tauntaun will wake up before Ophi, but they will wake up last. So Ophi is just asleep for the time being.
Absolutely adorable, except for the fact that the covers are everywhere.
Beastie will pick up the covers, like not even straightening them out, so just plop them back on him and then head back out.
That's
It
good.
is
Yeet him on top of the child.
Yeah, that's good enough for me.
More or less.
good enough for me, too.
Alright, and at this, Miss Gloomhollow, you awake. How you slept through the shenanigans that occurred in your room is an entirely different story.
Not slept, meditated. Because elf.
Well, that's just elf sleep. Let's be real here.
Yeah, technically.
There's
Meditation.
no technically about it, it's just elf sleep. They dream.
The Elverial
They just dream
world.
of leaking sheep.
Her eyes will very slowly open, and she'll look about the room, realizing Scalotius is not currently present, and the door is open, strangely. So she will get up from her spot on the bed and will calmly walk out, see if there's a dwarf there, and just go, Mr. Colby, is everything alright? You are standing outside my door and you're looking quite, agitated. What is the matter? And you see her just like, it's fine. Everything is fine.
It's a goose.
Welcome to Matt's one-man show.
Yeah, exactly. And
Alright.
Elverial will be like, fine, as you say, and walk back into the room and will begin preparing her spells and engaging in her morning prayers.
Okay. And since there's nobody between Jubilee and Adelsar Day, you two can wake up at the same time.
What do you mean there's no one between them? There should be a Hubert there.
No, he's making breakfast.
Oh. Yeah. Everyone's being a man. Nobody want morning cuddles, it seems.
Ale will sit up and then look around.
Probably will sit up around the same time and just kind of stretch.
Good morning, Jubilee.
Morning, Adelsarde. Are you used to Hubert being gone all the time too?
He's usually right outside doing something, unless I ask him to stay.
Really getting tired of enemies we've fought to defeat coming back. Starting to become a bit of a trend now.
It really is.
Next thing you know, the Wendigo's gonna come after us again.
Don't jinx it.
Conton will have a lovely spot of tea with it.
I'm sorry if I invaded your space.
It's fine.
Is it though?
If
It's not fine. I'll go find
If it
an
wasn't,
area
I
to
would
sleep.
say so.
Are you sure? Cause
Cause what?
I don't know. You and Hubert tend to try to hide your emotions as much as possible.
Well, that's
So get
true.
impressed.
I'm not going to just lie to you.
Are you sure about that?
Of course, but I don't want you inconveniencing yourself for my sake.
Hubert shows
Again, if I'm sorry?
Hubert shows plenty of emotion. He has rage, he has bitterness, and his personal favorite, Schadenfreude.
I would have thought his favorite would be resting bitch face.
That's not a feeling.
That's what he shows. Don't get me wrong, it's an excellent
In any case, again, if I'm let me know if you need me to go somewhere else, Adel. For your comfort, not mine, okay?
Understood.
I mean, it's bad enough with when I'm down on myself all the time lately. Don't need you guys to hear it all the time.
I'm aware, but Hubert worries about you when you do that, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying, but I don't know. Since that meeting him again, reliving a torture method and nearly dying to him, it's been, I don't know. It shakes the confidence a bit.
Yes.
And not only that, I've got to be at my A game for when Zardak appears.
Don't go above and beyond. Doing too much will have the exact same effect of doing too little.
Right. Jubilee turns around and just gives Adel a hug real quick. Thank you for caring, by the way. That's just returning the hug from when, after the fight that happened with the Puppet Master.
Ale is taken aback a little, but she smiles and nods. Of course.
Now let's go get some breakfast.
Yes.
At this point, we know Hubert's preparing it.
Probably.
Question is he preparing it for the other guests?
Guess we'll find out.
We come outside. Thorgrim, you okay?
I'm standing watch.
For what?
I saw it again.
Elaborate?
Saw what?
Technically, Thorgrim, you never actually saw the goose.
You heard a goose.
Okay. I didn't actually see it, but I did hear the honk, and the door kept slamming in my face, and I know it was there.
Thorgrim, we've been
Looks
traveling.
Adel side A.
Ada looks back and then just rubs her face. Thorgrim, we've been traveling together for almost a year now. We have encountered that goose many times. Do you honestly believe you would see the goose if it did want you to see it?
Yes.
Well, good luck standing guard, and she'll
Hey, George.
Yeah.
It's your turn to wake up.
Oh god.
And despite the fact that you went to sleep with no bunkmate, you see that there is a white fluffy bird sitting on the bed, currently looking at you.
Do I have to break down another door?
You don't know the goose is in there.
The second it honks, I will.
Round 2, bitches.
Hello again.
It looks to you before beginning to preen one of its wings.
Do you sleep here?
The goose will then stop preening its wings and just stare at you.
George is just gonna
And
stare back.
For the briefest moment, you swear you hear, "I don't need sleep. I watched you while you slept."
Oh God.
What the fuck?
George heard that he's gonna immediately look and see if he sees the fucking bone claw somewhere.
You do not.
Quick, turn on all the lights.
God, I wish I still knew that spell so I could understand what you're saying.
Ark. Now you heard it, Thorgrim.
Thorgrim's in alert.
Boom! Where is it?
Did you kick open the door?
I attempt to.
Okay, so George, you watch as the door actually gets kicked off its hinges. With the goose will look to it before honking. It stops and immediately flies back, perfectly fixed and slamming into Thorgrim.
To protect it.
Mark's just gonna kind of whisper, "Thank you."
Yeah. The goose will lift one of its wings, which you watch it somehow gives you a thumbs up before it disappears.
I'm pretty sure we can hear this, and I just look around the corner like, what the hell?
Ada listens.
Thorgrim, did I hear Thorgrim or did I see a glimpse of Thorgrim?
You saw Thorgrim right before the door went back and slammed into him.
All I can think is that. Hold on, I gotta find it. Hold on.
Comic relief.
Oh, I can
Comic
see it right
relief.
All I imagine is that in ship posting, and then it just plays in reverse with Thorgrim.
Yeah, basically. Just you.
But yeah, he's gonna say out loud and say, "Thorgrim, it's gone now."
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Just a
Okay.
goose.
Just making
Yeah,
sure.
give me a sec. I need to make a mental call.
All right.
He's gonna try to sit up on his bed and then just sit on the edge, and he's going to
This guy
attempt to
noises
contact
intensify.
his. I feel like I'm just gonna hear a honk if I do this, but he's just gonna try to contact his mother.
There's a few moments of silence, but eventually you hear her voice go, "What is it, my child?"
You would not believe the morning I'm having.
We made it. I made it to the location that you had given to me. And,
What did you find?
well, he was attempting to conduct some type of ritual. And from the looks of it, I'm trying to make this off the top of my head. I think he was trying to sacrifice a village or summon something that can help him sacrifice a village.
That is most disturbing. The only reason why he would need mass sacrifice is to summon something very evil.
Yeah, and I think you might have maybe caught like a small glimpse of what it might have been. Because, oh, side note, apparently I've reunited with some of the old friends, Adolsar Day, Jubilee, Thorgrim,
Ah,
There's now 2 Tauntauns.
Tauntaun, which apparently there are now 2 of.
Tauntaun.
it is good to hear that you have found your 2 of them.
I like that. Just
Yeah,
like
one-
middle thought. Like, I'm sorry, you said what now?
Yeah, one looks like they never skipped leg day, while the other one looks like they never lived a day in their life.
Okay, first off, those are thick thighs, not muscle thighs.
I see.
One of them will be looking thick.
But with their help, and I'm guessing with some of the some other compatriots who I believe work for Zardak, we managed to completely stop the ritual and send him off. But when we had him cornered, he performed some type of spell with the amulet that opened up a crater in the ground, and some giant hand pretty much grabbed him and dragged him down.
I have been doing research into the amulet.
Hold on, let me get my fucking notes out.
George, hold on, I need to
Someone's got to take notes in this group.
I'm just taking notes on what George hears.
I take some notes.
They're
I am a shitty note taker.
assuming that it is the amulet that I think it is bound to a god. It is bound to a demon lord who wishes to become a god. He calls himself the demon lord of perversion. If this
This
if
is another Tauntaun.
if this is who I think it is, he has amulets akin to the one this paladin has, but they go over all stretches of life. I am not sure. Well, I am not 100% sure, but the ritual may have been him trying to summon Xanthragon into this world.
Hmm. That might have been the case. I mean, I could potentially ask, because I did get a feeling that there was something going on here. It's got to be a reason why the amulet tracked me over, why he sent me in this direction. May try to ask the other guys if they had something similar happen, or have seen any other types of amulets.
Oh. Keep up the good work. I'm sure you will find more. And if you do let me know.
More amulets?
Yes, we cannot allow them to exist in this world. There's no telling what sort of evil deeds will occur if it falls into the wrong hands.
Meanwhile, George having no idea the group has already fought someone with the amulet.
Oops.
So I cannot see chat at all, so I might need to refresh real quick. But
Oh, sorry.
okay. I'll keep up the work. Also, if anything happens or if you hear about things getting destroyed, I'm guessing they plan on having a meeting with with the Zardak today?
I do hope you are not trying to pick a fight.
No? Not to pick a fight at all. I'm guessing it's, from the sounds of it, it's more or less negotiations.
Good. But only attack if you need to defend yourself. You do not want to make a real enemy of Zardak, after all.
I would never, but depending on how these go, I don't know what's gonna happen. If anything, I'll just stick to my mission. So, one more thing.
Yes.
If ever we find the time where I'm not too busy, do you think you can help me maybe get more in tune with my he's kind of has like a confused look in his face, angelic side?
There is a long moment of silence, and eventually you can tell there's a lot of emotion in her voice where she goes, I would love to.
Aww.
Aww.
Bonding time with her baby boy.
Alright. I'll update you here soon.
Be safe.
I will.
And
No, kind of. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, kind of just get off the line and immediately think to himself, I wonder how she feels about me being able to summon demon monkeys.
I'm sorry, I heard. Are you summoning monkey?
No, I said George is thinking to himself, I wonder how she feels about me being able to summon a demon monkey.
What's even funnier is you can summon a demon monkey, and you're about to have to fight a demon.
Demon versus demon. Alright, just gonna get up and start heading out then.
Okay. Alright, I'll unmute Scorp and we'll see if he's back.
In the meantime,
Before that,
That's a no.
just briefly, would how long would you say prayer and spell time would require in combination?
A few minutes.
Oh, okay, not like an hour or something stupid.
I mean, it can take as long as you want it to.
Okay, I just didn't know how long it was actually supposed to be.
Alright, so, Adelsarde, back to my comment as to whether or not Hubert would have made breakfast for the new people in the group. You know Hubert well enough to know that he would not have. So,
Oh boy. Well,
you will have to go talk with him if you want him to prepare food for the rest of them.
I was going to go over. Morning, Hubert.
Hello, my lady.
How are you?
I am well. And you?
She shrugs. Better than before.
That is good to hear.
So... You're not cooking breakfast for our new friends, are you?
I would hardly call them friends, my lady.
Well, true, I think it would be polite to at least make them some food.
Duly noted.
You're not going to make them food, are you?
Only if you order me to.
She pinches the bridge of her nose and sighs for a little. Yes, I am ordering you to make some breakfast for them, Hubert.
Of course, my lady. He says and bows to you, with a very big smile on his lips.
Ugh, don't do that.
What? Bow?
Yes.
Don't smile. I hate it when you smile.
Why, my lady? I have bowed to you for, well, since I have been under your employ.
Well, true, I don't think I've ever seen you bow so sarcastically before.
Oh no, that was not sarcastic. This would have been sarcastic, he says, doing a fake curtsy.
Oh my god. Just. I can't take you, Eva. I'll be outside. And she heads off.
As Adoltarde passes Jubilee, I just want to see if I can get a read of her frustration.
She is exasperated.
Jubilee will get a seat closer to Adel. He giving you a hard time?
As ever.
Maybe next time you just gotta give him an incentive.
That is more your strategy.
What are you saying? I should go do it then?
If that is what you want to do.
I'm just saying, maybe throw him off his game if you did do something like that.
No.
Might be fun to turn the tables every once in a while.
I don't
Just
think.
in a playful manner, of course. Not.
I don't think that is me. That and he would see it coming nonetheless.
You do not understand the amount of Uno reverse cards in that man's pocket.
You're telling me he's cheating then?
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
And after a while, eventually Hubert will serve breakfast to everyone as he was instructed to do so, each one getting a hearty and filling meal.
While he's serving breakfast, Beastie is, unfortunately, outside.
Okay. What is she doing?
She has tied a rope around a tree and is standing there with her fists pressed together and her head bowed a little. And she's been standing there like that for the past few minutes.
Okay. So she's trying to hunt.
No, she's praying.
Okay. Gotcha.
I have a feeling Scalodius would know this ritual and is just leaving her be.
Elvariel looks up, kind of stunned, as Hubert gives, their group some food, and just says, "Oh, well, thank you very much. That is appreciated."
Yes, your hospitality is wonderful, my son.
You can aim your appreciation towards Lady Adelsarte, he says with a smile.
Oh, right. I am so sorry. I know you don't like to hear that.
He will then move on without
I
another
must
word.
think. Seems like the poor man has had a bad experience.
Or several.
Lady Gloomhollow.
Or several, Father.
Yes. Yes. And unfortunately, I'm all too aware of some of the more corrupt of even the church is not infallible, unfortunately.
Corruption is everywhere, after all, and sadly, it takes more than a concerted effort from everyone to stamp it out, and unfortunately, not all people wish to, so corruption shall remain. It is a sad fact of life. And she takes a bite.
Oh yes, but I take pride in the fact that even if it's a little bit, my teachings can hopefully at least keep the corruption at bay, at least.
Oh, yes. Well, I think you do a great job. And what Scalodius would know, if we've ever spent like more than a decent amount of time together, like maybe a week or two, Elvariel does not smile or frown or exhibit any emotion, really.
Ah, yes, my friend. Your logic is as peerless as ever.
Oh boy, another Hubert.
Yeah,
Oh boy,
basically magical Hubert. So basically Adel. Oops.
So you
That's
made their child.
That's not true. Adel shows way more emotion than Hubert does.
Oh yes.
yeah, but
Well,
some
So yeah, you
like
just made their child.
10% emotion is a lot bigger than 1%, my guy.
Actually, I think I might have made their ancestor instead.
Meanwhile, cut to Gloom Hollow and Hubert just sitting quietly in a room. Neither of them saying anything. Neither of them doing anything. Eventually, one of them gets up. Good talk. You too.
I knew that was the punchline.
Same time tomorrow? Of course.
We're just
Yeah,
gonna
that's
Quite.
the quality time.
kind of probably
Evil
keep
and
eating.
the silent nerd.
Yep.
And he's gonna go to him and be like, "It's our day,
Sorry, who said this? George or Mark?
George."
And we'll turn in her chair and look over.
I have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
Have you encountered any people who may have also had amulets similar to the one the paladin had?
Yes, actually. 2 others.
George is gonna immediately just stop mid-chew, swallow, and be like, "Where?"
Well, that's the thing. I believe they're similar, but I don't think they're as linked as you would hope.
They are.
Oh. Well, Thorgrim has one.
George is gonna look over to Thorgrim. Just slow pan over to him.
And then
It's okay. It's okay. I'm not wearing it.
Yeah, it'll then explain what's happened in the village involving the Wendigo Druid and the amulet.
And where is that amulet?
Again, with Thorgrim.
Orgrim has it.
And what was the other one you guys encountered?
Well, we haven't encountered him personally, but I do know that's... Well, evidence dictates that's him. You were with us when we actually found out about him. It's the Blood Ravager. The one whose axe is in the museum that Poemasters had in Haven.
Thorgrim briefly stops mid-chew and just shudders.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Roll a history.
Oh yeah,
God.
did Mark mention his brother? I don't think he did.
Well,
Does not compute.
Well, carry on.
Hmm.
Nothing to see here.
Amulets. Supreme has an amulet. Yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah, I don't.
no, Mark remembers his fucking vision, but he still doesn't. Fuck.
Does
Yeah, I
put two and
don't-
two together.
I don't
Yeah, he probably has
think
put
Mark
two and two together.
mentioned that part to us.
You guys probably. I think you guys heard it. No, I'm pretty sure he did.
No, I
Back
don't
when
think he
first had that
did.
vision. Back when he first had the vision, didn't he like explain it after that when the fucking
Oh, he
guy made him have
mentioned-
a vision?
He mentioned the amulets during that?
Well, Jay said that Mark explains the vision. So long as Mark remembered to explain that Supreme explained what the amulet did, then by all means.
Oh, in which case, will correct herself. I'm sorry, not 2. 3. The third one, well, we're going to meet with him eventually, judging from what we found out about his actions yesterday.
You mean
Yes.
Zardak or
No.
Mark's brother.
George is going to now pan over to look at Mark because I don't think he knew that he had brothers. He's gonna. You have brothers? Yes.
Apparently.
And you didn't think to tell me that? I didn't remember at the time. George will agree with that, and then. And what does George, I think pretty sure George was there when Mark had that panic freak out, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's another problem. Okay. All right. So, from what I've been told, as he kind of sets his food finally down, those amulets belong to a demon lord of perversion called Xanthragon. I don't know if that name rings the bell to any of you, but he is a lord of perversion, and these amulets are all similar in nature to where someone is perverse to want to get something or gain something or achieve something.
Takes concepts and make them what they weren't. Makes them more or less reverse of what they're supposed to be.
So like twisted versions of themselves.
Yes, Thicket mentioned him.
Can everyone hear this information, or is this being spoken quietly?
I would assume it's being spoken plainly. He didn't say that he was whispering.
Yes, he's speaking it plainly.
Okay, can Elvirial roll a religion?
You will need to roll a history.
Oh,
I was going to say, can Scalodius roll religion in that case, because that's one of his specialties.
history is actually better.
Sure, you can roll religion.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Not bad, but that's much better.
So, Scalodius, you know of a few cults of this demon lord. However, they had before they even really get a chance to get up and going, they get purged off the face of the map. It seems that whenever a cult of Xanthragon begins to form, it gets squashed quickly. As for you, I still don't know how to pronounce your first name, so you are Gloomhollow.
You can just call me Elvie.
Your name is Gloomhollow for me.
All right, that's fine.
Forever. You, during one of your late night study sessions after having joined with Zardak, found a obsidian grimoire that's pages were made of leather that was very distinctly humanoid. The words within it was written in blood and explained that Xanthragon wants nothing more than to take every aspect of the world in all reaches of its reality and turn them on its head. This is why he goes out of his way to have made amulets to make heralds, which are the reverse of what they need to be.
Okay.
In one example that comes up in your studies, the amulet that was given to druids become one of two things. They become a creature bound to nature, but require to scavenge and feed off of their kinfolk and can literally eat nothing else as sustenance, or they become a creature that no matter where they go, they spread nothing but rot and decay.
Become either monsters that must
They either become wendigos or embodiments of rot.
or embodiments that spread rot. Do I still happen to have the grimoire with me?
Yep.
Okay. It's probably in a museum somewhere, or burnt or destroyed or something.
Locked away in a place that you should not have been in. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's the life of a person who studies knowledge. How, no matter how ugly and gross it is. So, Elvirial will just start calmly speaking, kind of looking at nothing, reciting almost as if she were in like a class or a study session, and just said, "Oh, well, it just so happens that I may have one day upon my travels encountered a strange grimoire of human make, made out of obsidian stone. the words are written in blood, you see, so that was very very disconcerting. And apparently, Xanthragon, as you said, wants to take all aspects of the world and reverse them, pervert them, turn them on their heads, make them not what they were originally. Amulets of Xanthragon given to druids specifically are they bond the druids to nature in a profound manner, but also either make them monsters that must feed on their own kin, basically cannibals, or make them into embodiments of rot that spread decay about the land, basically making them rods of power that destroy what they were meant to protect.
Well.
Is there anything in that grimoire that mentioned how many he was able to make?
Was there?
The exact number is not really known, but it's anywhere between 8 and 10.
I do not know the exact number, but anywhere between 8 and 10 is possible.
Okay, so we know about 3 of them, and we have 1.
So we are roughly halfway there.
I wouldn't say halfway, but that's an optimistic way of looking at it.
Well, there are between 8 and 10, and we have 4, so we are either
We
halfway
have.
there.
She
or
said
near.
we have 1. We know about 4.
My
I'm
apologies,
unsure
I
if
misheard.
what happened to the paladin is linked to this. It seems a bit.
It is.
Oh,
He had a perversion of, I think, some type of power or revenge. So he now is working with that demon, and he is now a herald.
Perhaps it's not so much perversion of that sort of aspect, but an aspect of what they were. For example, the Wendigo was a druid. The paladin was a holy man. And what he was doing was most unholy.
He takes what you originally found most beloved to you and twists it.
and the barbarian wanted blood for blood and eventually became the Blood Ravager.
Indeed.
Barbarian?
Yes. That's the other one that I mentioned. The one that, whose axe Poe Masters found.
Can I try to see if George remembered of what?
As the museum is actually in your hometown, the axe she's referring to belonged to the Blood Rager, who was a barbarian who got so engrossed with his rage that his blood literally turned to liquid fire, and he knows nothing but anger anymore. Literally lost himself to his rage.
Okay. If that's the case, and they have the...
So going to need to keep an eye out for him. Poe Masters most likely knows his location, given he was the one that found the axe.
Maybe. That, or he found it after something else happened. Who knows, maybe the Blood Ravager, he got into a fight.
If I remember correctly, the story he has around the axe, he just found it. So if he tells us where he found it, we could pick up a trail.
Perhaps. Or if that Ravager has some way of tracking his own weapon, then he may be maybe towards the Haven area.
If he were to go to Haven, he would be smited by almost everyone there, though.
Yes, but if he is even somewhat smart or tactical, he could just try to infiltrate the city.
Unsure how someone completely overtaken by their anger would be smart or tactical, but I do see your point. It is a possibility. But that is something we're going to have to deal with in the future. For the time being, after we speak with Zardak, we're unfortunately going to have to focus on Mark's brother.
Given the fact that he was a day's travel away last night, he is still a ways off, meaning we have the day to ourselves. so long as nothing occurs.
And when does that ever happen? Whatever. I'll stay
I hate that you're right.
optimistic. I'm prepared to spend the day off today since I know you have plans, Hubert, but I'm just staying prepared, I suppose.
Wonderful.
Mark is gonna pipe up to say, in that case, Hubert, do you want to practice?
Of course, Mark.
So he kind of finishes reading his book. Or not finishes reading the book, but like stops reading his book for the time being.
Of course. I would be more than happy to practice with you for a while, but at some point I do have to make rounds around the city. Let us go now, Hubert says as he pulls out his own revolver. I've been practicing myself, personally.
Does Mark kind of make sure he has his other revolver out, not the gun dagger? Alright. And he'll start making his way also towards
That's
the door.
gun dagger to full auto.
When you go outside, you see that beasties repeatedly punching the tree. Like the same motion over and over and over again.
I believe she is doing some type of worship.
I thought that was just training.
Both.
Fun.
Really?
God,
This is Mark talking to her.
God, I pray to appreciate strength.
What god is that?
He no have name. He or she is just strong.
It goes by might, by the way.
Thought you said they didn't have a name.
I said they didn't have a corporeal body.
What?
Their title is might.
Title name.
Well, don't let us interrupt you.
You won't.
Are you certain we are about to make some very loud sounds?
If sound distracts me, that's my fault, not yours.
Fair enough.
So yeah, fair point.
Right.
He's about to panic when she hears just a giant fucking gunshot ring out.
In all honesty, she's probably used to it. Zardak has been shot on multiple occasions. And it never seems to work, and they always try.
See, I've
All right.
experienced the gun dagger yet.
Alrighty, so... Mark, go ahead. What do I need you to roll for this? Roll an intelligence check to see how well you learn it.
Oh,
that's
intelligence, oh no.
And since you're learning with Hubert, it will be with advantage.
Okay, this is gonna be a straight roll.
Okay. So, you and Hubert will practice for a while. Yeah. While it's not perfect, you can tell that both you and he are making improvements. You're slowly but surely getting there, and you think so long as you're successful in the next time, you should know basically how to use gun. Especially considering the fact you read the book. That lowered your DC.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I did not expect to be using these when I got reactivated.
They are rather interesting. A little loud for my liking, but I've been working on a way to dampen the noise.
Wait, how so?
It's nothing sorted as of yet, merely an idea, but I have discovered that, say, a spud put to the barrel dampens the noise almost entirely. Like this, he says, pulling a pulling a potato out of his pocket. You're not sure why he had it there, but he puts it to the barrel of his revolver, and when he fires, you barely hear a sound, but the bullet does hit its mark.
Huh. Interesting.
I am not one for loud weaponry.
Yes, well, considering I'm also light on my feet, something that isn't as loud could help.
But
I feel like I could also try maybe tinkering and figuring something out myself that could help reduce noise.
You should work with Thorgrim. I'm sure he'd be willing to have a reason to smith.
Yeah, maybe. Alright.
Okay, so while they're doing that, what are the rest of you all doing?
Thorgrim, just as you finish that conversation, makes an offhand comment under his breath. You know what I really miss? You know what I miss? Smithing. I really miss just, making stuff. I really hope I can find a place to make stuff and find a project that I can be working on. That would be nice.
I thought Agam was working on a portable smith for you.
Oh, you heard that. Oh, sorry. I forgot about that, actually. All stuff that's been happening, I totally... Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Cool. Something else to look forward to.
Yeah, hopefully he's done with that project for you.
Hopefully. Though I would probably advise not calling him here.
Yes, not inside a wooden house.
No, that would probably be a bad idea. But yeah, any time when we're outside, maybe we can give him a call and see how he's doing with that.
Alright.
Because I enjoy, fighting and stuff, but sometimes I really just want to, start, working on stuff and, fixing instead of, destroying.
Fair enough.
Probably weird hearing me saying something like that, but it's the truth.
Not at all.
Everyone needs their hobbies, Riki says.
That brings Thorgrim back to a conversation that he had with Tauntaun a long time ago, and just sort of like there's that light bulb that I guess it's more of a candle that lights in his head, and he just goes, "Holy shit, that's a hobby! Holy shit, I have a hobby! Yes, yes."
At this, Squib just looks up at you and goes, "Doesn't everybody have a hobby?"
No.
I didn't think I did until now.
Not everyone has a hobby, unfortunately.
That's not true. Everyone enjoys doing something for fun.
Fair enough. I guess if you consider anything fun, then anything is a hobby.
I mean, doing something as simple as reading a book could be a hobby.
True, but some people do only things which they do not enjoy.
But if they do things they don't enjoy, that means that they like doing things they don't enjoy.
Not always.
But
everyone has a hobby of some sort, even if it's not a good one.
What their hobbies are, Thorgrim says, looking at the rest of the new group.
You could ask them.
That'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Why?
Ada will then walk right over, sit opposite. So what are your hobbies?
Oh, hello there. Oh, hobbies. I suppose doing sermons at my church is not really a hobby, though. I suppose I do like to garden a little bit.
I like to read. I have been one of the lucky few that can combine their job and their hobby.
Ada will then look over to Thorgrim.
Holy shit, she did it so calmly, too. That's amazing.
Skillo is just looking over with a smile, not knowing what's going on.
And Elviriel is doing the exact same thing without the smile.
What are your hobbies? Oh, I like to recite sermons. Meanwhile, Hubert outside. Fucking bastard.
What? Why? Is that a gun pointed at me?
You say something, Hubert? This is Mark.
Oh, nothing at all.
I understand that you usually have a threatening aura, but can you please drop the gun?
And the knife, and the sword.
Unfortunately for you, I know how to drop the gun and still make it fire.
See, you see, if I drop it exactly this way.
Hubert is proficient in all things murder.
Even accidental.
Yes, I can make it look like an accident.
I can make it look like an accident, but I won't need to.
So I just got back. What was being talked about?
Thorgrim wanted to, well, it was suggested to Thorgrim to ask Calodius and Elviriel about their hobbies, but he was too scared to do it, so Adol just went over and asked.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm not going to ask them their hobbies flat out. That's rude. And then Adelsarde just sits down and goes, "What are your hobbies?" And they answer plainly.
So, I have a question for you two, if you don't mind.
Of course. Ask away.
How is it that a priest and she looks over to Elviriel? Archivist?
Archivist, researcher,
I think she likes to be known, but, oh fuck, I forgot the word I was going to say. Scribe?
Scribing is one of the things, yes. I hold a job that has many skills that need to be tested.
I know that feeling. But how did you two start working for Zardak?
Ah, yes. You're not aware, being on the opposite side of things, you're not aware of what all he has done.
Well, the first time I met the real Zardak, he was almost crushing my throat. So my perception of him and his people is skewed. I've only recently realized that there's more to this than meets the eye.
Yes, admittedly,
Yes,
he
there
can be a
is.
little forceful.
The man means well, but does not know the proper way to express it sometimes.
Apparently so. But how did you two start working for him?
I am part of his research and development team.
Alright. And you, Scalodius?
He's made many a donation to my church when needed it the most. And, quite frankly, it's helped a lot of orphaned children find a place in this world. So I feel I at least owe him a little assistance in matters when it's needed.
And speaking to us is where it's needed?
Well, I suppose maybe there are things he hasn't let us known about, but if I had to take a guess, us speaking is just we're possibly a group that could, if things turned for the worse, subdue you, as it were. But I don't feel there's a need for that.
Trust me.
I would prefer that as the last resort, honestly.
Agree, the last thing I want is a fight. And no disrespect to you, but Zardak wouldn't need you to subdue us.
Absolutely not.
He has shown himself very capable.
He wouldn't need you. Are you
Course,
kidding?
but-
Are you kidding me? He'd wipe the floor with you fuckers.
Oh yeah.
You must understand. In a way he does need us because
Me-
once he starts, he really doesn't stop. If you noticed.
Meanwhile, after Adelsarde, he wouldn't need you. Everyone gets flashbacks to training montages with Zardak where the objective is to put him down and he beats them. And yes, canonically, Zardak has had the secondary group, except for Mark, all fight him at the same time, and they lost.
Oh yeah.
But say he hasn't fought the new Mark yet.
He hasn't fought the new Mark yet, but Zardak is tanky.
Gunjagger Equalizer.
Oh yes, I do remember coming into blows with him. Very, very talented man. Very strong.
I did at least somewhat singe him with my ultimate technique, but in the end we were not successful.
As resilient as I may be when I enter my state, I unfortunately eventually fell to him. Don't get me wrong, he is much more powerful than us, but I don't think he is as subtle.
Yes, Subtle and Zardak do not belong nearly in the same sentence, much less the same lexicon.
Ale thinks about...
And that's why our group is a counterbalance.
Ale thinks about this for a moment and remembers how in disguise he was able to spend weeks with them, with only Adel being like, there's something wrong about this guy. But she doesn't bring it up, and instead just nods. Fair enough. So,
Rest assured, I do not believe us to be enemies, therefore I do not have any reason to have to fight you.
I wouldn't want to fight you neither. But how do you know about Ricky?
Riki is what Zardak referred to as a prized slave. She's the only slave who wasn't forced to do manual labor. She more or less just got to sit in his office, but that's pretty much where she stayed, unless Thogrin had her.
She is a as much as I hate to say these words in succession in regards to Riki, a prized possession amongst Zardak's cadre of slaves.
I'm not exactly sure why, but when it comes to his service, Riki's the only one who never has to do physical labor. Which is quite puzzling. But at the same time, he doesn't seem to mistreat any of them.
Does George hear this from over where he's at?
Yes.
You ever think it's because... Oh.
George, you are very familiar that Zardak is a slaver.
No, I was going to comment on the fact that... did you ever think it's because Riki has shown that she's extremely skilled with magic?
How often has she shown this?
I was just...
You guys are not aware that she even knew how to use magic.
Variel
Really now?
immediately turns to look at... Was that George or Mark?
George.
George immediately turns to look at George and say, explain.
I mean, if you really think about it, there's always going to be a different factor into why someone is not akin to physical, labor. Like, look at Squip here.
No, not that part.
No, the part about using magic.
No, I'm just using that as an
Riki
example.
can use magic?
Yes, we did not know that.
No, I was using it as an example. Like, look at Squib. Do you think he'd be one that's good with physical labor?
Admittedly, no. He is rather small. But...
But even if they weren't strong, most slaves would even have to do something physical. Not something that required a lot of effort, but still.
As you both say no, suddenly one of the logs next to the fire breaks with Squib flinching to it suddenly.
Huh. The fuck was that?
That was
Kinda
Maximus.
George
Huh.
Who?
Maximus?
Again, who?
Oh, Maximus is the Minotaur that looks over me.
Adol will just toss him the invisibility goggles. Put those on for a
George
moment.
will put him on.
Hold on. I don't have it ready. There we go.
Just pops into existence.
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
Hello?
That's the wrong image. There we go.
Huh,
Yeah.
Maximus, you look a little different. Mo.
Oh. Huh. Hello.
Maximus will look to you before waving.
My word, Squib, you broke that log apart without even touching it.
That wasn't me.
And then he'll...
Oh, right, it's your your invisible friend you told us about. I forgot about that.
take his goggles off and will be interesting. Never knew that was... Heard about people having companions like that, but the first time
Yeah.
ever seeing one.
He makes sure that
Back
I
to
don't.
the topic.
He makes sure that I don't die, or at least I don't stay dead.
Yeah. And then he'll take the glasses back to Ada Sardat.
She'll take him.
George gets casually told of an immortal. Yeah, okay.
Doesn't he seen so much shit at this point? He's
Well,
just
technically
he's
his
just-
mom is one, so...
If his mom dies, she's dead.
Yeah.
Unless revived.
Getting back on topic, even magic, ones innate in magic are not common, but they're certainly not rare either. Is that right, Miss Gloomhollow?
Depends on where in the world you are. You could find a location that is rife with all kinds of magical anomalies and people who can wield such.
Referring in Zardak's employ, Miss Gloomhollow.
Oh, yes, well, I would say there are plenty. Some...
Yeah, you work with a couple, right?
Oh, I work with several, yes.
So Riki being magical is surprising, but still unheard of for them to not do any labor.
Well, let me pop some other questions in your head that might make you think differently. Have you ever thought that maybe there are slaves that may do different types of things, or or specifically specialize in different types of things, like
But that's
having
just
innate
it.
knowledge or being able to communicate or translate.
But that's just it. It's well known that Ricky's not required to do most of these things, and there are others that would.
The basic gist,
That's the anomaly of the situation.
the basic gist you're getting out of this, George, is even with the points you are making, while there are slaves who do specific work, Riki was not required to do any such work. Whether it be physical, going on negotiations, anything like that, she more or less sat in one room all the time, unless she was out with Thogran. Which is why they are perplexed by this.
Huh.
Perhaps it is a matter to ask about, but I don't know if it is our place to ask.
At this, Hubert will come inside after training with Mark. Before going, only a fool does not ask questions of their employer.
He does have a point.
I shall have to pray on this.
Why can't I ask my boss about his life? God.
Technically, you've all met his god too, because his god, the god of dragons.
That's the reason Adel snickered whenever you said something about it.
Yeah, she's like, I had prayed to this guy, and it was like, oh yeah, I met that guy. He almost choked me unconscious.
As Beastie, as you pass Hubert, he will just point. He'll point to a plate that has food on it waiting for you.
She grunts, but goes over and takes it next to Ricky and starts eating it.
Alright, so finally Scorp is back, so the Tauntauns and the Ophi get to wake up.
Hey, it was cocktail hour, right?
Now I feel like I need a drink.
It was cocktails and cornbread. And I had a bite of chili. Still not a fan of chili.
I don't like chili much either. Anyway, it's your turn to wake up. You've slept in quite a bit at this point.
What can we say? Squid's really good. And Ophi's a child.
Ophi is a teenager.
That makes it worse.
So anyway,
Just a hop, skip, and jump away from finding boys and sneaking out.
the Tauntauns wake up first, so what you doing?
Let's see, there's no Patterson poking me. There's no Squib in the bed. There's another me in the bed.
Yes.
Gonna kiss the other me and try and figure out where the fuck Squib went. And why my son isn't being his normal self.
As you do, you hear the other you groan before saying, "Why, is it time to get up already?"
Yes, it is. We have to find Squib for round 300.
Oh, he snuck out a while ago.
Why didn't you stop him?
Because the cute little kobold came to get him, so I just felt bad.
Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't have stopped him at that point either.
See? And you question me.
I question a lot of things.
Yeah, but you shouldn't question me. I'm you.
No, you're a thicker version of me.
Damn right. These thighs will save someone's life someday. Or smother them out of them. I haven't decided yet.
Why not both?
One step at a time.
All you have to do is wrap him around a mugger's throat, and then bada bing, bada boom, you saved a life and you smothered a life.
He's shrugging to this before standing up and going, I'm gonna go get some grub.
I will join you in just a moment.
Why just a moment?
Reasons?
Like...
Skin, making sure everything's proper.
You're talking to the walk-in mannequin here, as if I don't have the same problem.
Mine is more of a mind melty problem.
Eh.
You fuck with a clam long enough, you'd end up looking weird.
Would you hurry up?
I'm working on it.
And while that happens, Ophi, you can awaken.
At this point, it may as well just be Tuggy Tauntaun. Ophi's just going to awaken, and then immediately be a Hyperbane.
Okay.
And I just realized I didn't fill up their stupid stuff. I'm so used to only having Tauntaun. What the hell? Ah, goose!
Yeah. As you wake up, you see that there's a bird just sitting in your room.
Ophi's gonna look at the bird and just go, "You're my new friend.
Ark.
We're having many adventures.
Ark, ark.
Adventure number 1. Where'd that bearded guy go?
As you ask this, the goose will motion its head out the door towards the common area.
Can we see him from the door?
If you peer your head out, you could.
Perfect. Alright, Goose.
Ark.
Divide and conquer.
Oh my
I'll
god.
distract him, you do something funny.
Hold on.
The goose has an assistant now.
As you say divide and conquer, you just will watch the goose shimmer a bit before.
Oh no!
How do you do that?
Did you split the goose into two, Goose?
Yeah,
How many more
goose
times can you do
game
that?
multiplayer.
God damn it.
Can you only do 2 or can we do even more?
Ark, ark.
I don't know what that means.
Oh
Honk.
no.
1 honk is yes, 2 is no.
Ark, ark, ark.
I don't know what 3 is. Anyways, I'm gonna go distract
One
him. You
goose
do
tells
something funny,
lies,
though.
the other goose tells honk.
It is time to distract the Thorgrim so Goose can do the funny. How far away is he? Is that a feasible dash? Oh, that's a feasible dash.
You're a monk.
Yeah, and I'm used to Tauntaun speeds.
Ah, young Master Ophi. How are
He's,
you today?
he's coming in sprinting. You're not ready for this.
sprinting, going straight for a tackle to Thorgrim.
Okay, so since
Wait,
you're
what-
trying,
Sounds like a case where
you'll need to roll.
Elodius would be used to this kind of behavior.
You'll need to roll athletics versus Thorgrim's athletics.
It's that or a drop kick. I haven't fully decided yet. This is Tauntaun. That is not the athletics I want.
We're either going into anime or to the WWE. I can't tell which yet.
You said athletics?
Yeah, versus Thorgrim's athletics.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that's a 25.
Fuck.
All right, so
I
you
rolled a
tackle
2
him.
and a 4.
You tackle him with very little issue.
What the? Ah!
And after you tackle him, the geese will come over and sit on both of you.
Tauntaun is, or not Tauntaun, Ophi is fine with this.
Oh dear.
Why?
Oh, it's that
Are you-
It's the
Why
guy
are
that
you
has a friend
collaborating
this
with
time.
him?
Ark,
Why?
ark, ark.
I made a new friend!
Honk.
The friend can split itself.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
Are you a male or a
Oh,
female? duck?
Thorgrim.
Honk.
You found.
Wait, as you
you
say,
were kidding about the goose again.
as you say duck, the geese just look at you.
I'm bad at animals.
With a with a goosey huff, they both just walk out the door.
You insulted the goose so much it left!
That is amazing. That is incredible.
Play the victory theme here.
I can't fucking believe
Beat the
it!
goose.
Is it actually a victory since it's an insult, which means there has to be ramifications?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Like, what happened? Someone
It's a
tried
hollow victory.
fucking killing it, someone tried
The DM's
eating
rolling.
it.
So,
The DM's rolling.
so Ophi, as you're saying this, you just feel 4 skeletal hands grab you and just lift you up.
What the shit?
Hello, I am Patterson.
Oh, Tonto.
Oh, lifting
Oh,
Wolfie?
Hello.
Beastie is now on the table, glaring at Patterson.
Patterson will look at you before going, hello.
Down.
Patterson will reach up, pulling his head off, and then sets it down.
Oh
Did
dear.
Tauntaun come into this?
Yes.
Are you trying to command my skeleton?
Tell him put down boy.
You're literally looking at what is probably... How long have I had him again? I think I've only had him for 8 months. It's basically a baby.
She'll
A
look
baby with a sword and dagger, but baby nonetheless.
she'll look Patterson up and down. Who parent?
Technically me, Thorgrim, Edelsarday, Jubilee, Riki, Hubert. I think George was there for it.
George was not there for it. The initial.
Or maybe it was Mark. One of the two.
George did meet Patterson, but then Mark took over.
But for the initial start of Patterson, Jay wasn't even here yet.
Now, please don't make me separate the two of you.
Ophi doesn't seem to mind.
She sees this and will,
He's just kind of swinging his feet.
saying that Ophi is not in danger, she will hop off the table.
Now, BC, remember, these people are friends to us for now. So Ophi is not in any danger.
Some of us might be food.
When you say that they might be friends, she just points right at Hubert. No.
Ah, don't be mad at him. He's just a grumpy sourpuss.
I did say for now, Beastie.
That's why me worried. Moment now is done, he kill all of us.
He hasn't killed me.
So where we just hear Hubert go, yet?
Yeah, did we hear him go yet?
No, Hubert's not saying anything.
He's thinking it very loudly though.
If he hasn't killed me in almost a year? I don't know how long I've been with these people. Life is a blur.
As long as we do not cause a disturbance, it won't be an issue.
With a lot of pink elephants.
2/3 of a year. Months.
So many pink elephants.
She's still.
And the turquoise hippo.
You
She's.
see them too?
I mean, when I have enough liquor.
Tauntaun, I believe Hubert's made breakfast for everybody, so you should eat up.
Ooh, yes, Hubert food. Almost as good as Giovanni food. I miss that man.
I also made food for him.
Him who?
He's pointing at Ophi.
Oh, Pug!
I will not tolerate 2 of them.
2 of who?
2 people that say that word.
I will have you know I am a very small child man thing, who may or may not also be a snake.
You
I
are
don't
not
care.
child.
I am not part of the age of majority, thereby child.
I really
Now,
don't
now,
care.
Master Orphy, it's not a good idea to provoke our friends here.
Hubert, who has killed children, and
Look at me, I'm small and adorable and with ruffles.
Yeah, Beastie is going closer to Ophi now while glaring daggers at Hubert. She senses the killer. She senses something, some bad juju from that man.
Now, Mr. Hubert, while I do appreciate the open honesty, I will say this. And then Scalodius' face gets a little more dark, like very dark suddenly. You will not threaten the child. Do you understand me?
and you will not threaten me, Hubert says, and looks back at you, and you can tell he does not care about your attempted intimidation. I pose no threat towards anyone. I have not said a verbal one, nor have I threatened physicality. Unlike you.
He does have a point, and Elviriel is now reading a book.
Scalodius' face light goes back to his usual lightened up. Very, very well then, good sir.
Do it again, and you will not wake up the next day that you try.
Hubert.
Oh, rest assured. I do not die easily, my good sir.
But you do die.
Hubert. And Adel just looks at him. Enough.
Very well.
I mean, factually, he does have a point.
Oh my goodness, George.
I think that was Mark.
Yeah, that was Mark.
Mark is the one who goes with facts.
Oh my goodness, Mark.
What?
Which Mark?
You're not helping.
Was
What?
it both
Because-
Marks saying this?
No, it was just one.
What?
But
People
that
do-
does both Marks said it.
People do eventually die.
That's not true.
So-
We don't die. We just go to sleep for a really, really long time.
Assure you that there will be a time where we will most certainly die and not come back.
No, you just go to sleep for a really, really long time.
Unless you're Squib.
I suppose.
It's called hibernation. It's why you go into the earth bed.
You are an odd one.
Why is she calling Ophi odd?
Because of the earthbed thing.
Because you're in denial about things dying.
Yes.
Ophi has never had to face death.
Hubert just hears in his mind, by the way, it's like, good luck trying to sneak up on me. I'll be able to hear you coming no matter what.
Oh,
Only Hubert hears this.
And he says out loud, I've never said I would be stealthy.
what?
You don't need to be
The
stealthy
Taylor
when you have a bomb.
just chuckles to himself suddenly, because, again, no one else heard that but him, Hubert, because of his psionic mind.
Meanwhile, Hubert could absolutely sneak up on him very easily and could murder him through rage.
It's not quite easy, though, because, again, relentless
Yeah.
rage is the thing he has.
While it wouldn't be easy, Hubert has more than enough DPS to be able to hold his own for a while.
I think the thing is, the one thing I'm resistant to is a lot of the stuff he can do, though.
You're not resistant to radiant damage,
Yes, I am.
are you?
Yeah. 'Cause
Uh-huh.
the dragon type I took, I'm resistant to radiant. So Hubert could maybe still take me down, but he's gonna have a hell of a time doing it. I am a good counter to him.
Time for George to teach him how to Eldritch Smite,
Then he could
so he can choose.
Then he could triple smite.
Hubert with the
Hey.
triple smite. I think I told you to die. Stay
Hey,
out.
I heard you could smite, so I'm gonna put a smite on top of my smite so I can smite on my smite.
You know, I learned a fucked up thing about that show today.
Hmm.
Apparently, the producer that killed somebody.
Yeah.
Damn.
I
Maybe he's gonna
s-
try and poke Thorgrim in the face. I just don't know how that's gonna work because he's being held by Skeleton, Thorgrim's short, and Ophi's short.
You would try sleight of hand with disadvantage.
To poke someone in the face without hiding it?
I mean, yeah. We'll see if you're accurate while being grappled. Yeah, you managed to poke with very little issue.
Hey, beardy man.
What?
You do the punchies, right?
Yeah.
Fight me.
Why?
Cause I do the punchies too.
Yeah, and
How else do you get better at punchies than doing punchies?
fair point, but you're a kid.
small man is scared.
You hear George kind of snicker a little bit.
Are you afraid of a child?
No.
You,
Then
hey,
fight me.
Beastie will just lean in, so they're face to face. Small man grow hair to hide face from scary small children. And she'll lean back.
Thorgrim looks between Beastie and Ophi and seems to not be showing any sort of emotion whatsoever. He doesn't seem bothered by either of them at this point. He's the one who does the goading. He will not be goaded.
I'm used to children calling me worse.
Oh yeah.
I grew up raising dwarves.
If you want someone to punch, I could
Teenage
just
dwarves.
I could just give you someone to punch.
But that's not as fun. I want to punch with the person who does the punch.
Yeah,
I think what he is failing to ask is he wants to spar with Thorgrim.
That's the word.
You sure
Though when I
that
did
you're
it
gonna be
with
able?
Father, it usually led to me in a wall.
Yeah. That's. Yeah. Assuming you're talking about who I think you're talking about. Yeah.
Who else would I be calling Father?
Well, I mean, a lot of people. I don't know. Anyway, you really are dead set on sparring with me.
Yes.
Then we'll need to find a place that is away from people.
Does Ophi know if there's any rivers nearby?
Roll survival.
Survival. I have a question.
Okay.
Would I have advantage because of my background feature?
This is a new area for you. Let's see. Checks made to use. Sure. It doesn't technically help you here, but sure.
Because I'm not proficient in the skill either.
You know that there is a river somewhere nearby.
There should be a river somewhere? Ish? In a general direction? Ish?
So you want to train by a river? Okay.
Well, yeah, I can fish afterwards.
I mean, fishing's cool.
Fish are tasty, especially the shark ones.
In any case, my lady,
Yes?
As I said, I have errands to run around the village. Would you be willing to accompany me?
Sure.
And you as well, Jubilee. Yes.
I think yeah, it's BRB.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Sorry,
Hubert has
I was chewing food.
Ah, okay.
So Jubilee had stuff
up?
in her mouth.
Anyways, go on.
Hubert's asking you to follow him on errands.
Jubilee.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. So say, and kind of give an eye to Scalodius, because he was upsetting Hubert. And after they leave, Scalodius just turns to Gloom. Was it something I said?
I believe it was the way you said it.
Ah,
Remember, diction is important when trying to get your point across.
I suppose you're right.
You did technically threaten to hurt him. Squib chimes in.
Yes.
But he threatened. He had that threatening towards the child. I could not let that stand.
That's just.
Nah, that's just
Hubert.
how he talks.
Yeah, with me traveling with him, he's not one to just slide a threat through. If he has a threat, he's more than likely going to do it rather than say he's going to do it.
I have a feeling that he has developed that forceful personality of his through much trials and tribulations, and perhaps trauma. I do not know, but he seems
No,
like
you've
a
got that on the
troubled
money.
Oh, like how you put on that happy face for those business meetings to get funding, Miss Gloom.
I do not put on a happy face. This is my... Well, this is in fact my happy face.
Alright, so, Thorgrim and Ophi, you'll need to roll athletics to see how the sparring goes. Thorgrim, you'll roll with advantage if you're going to use your rage.
I would like to.
Okay.
Rar, me rage. Rar,
Rar.
natural
Yeah,
20.
Oh,
Okay.
When Thorgrim's going with Ophi to train, Beasley's gonna follow, but she's gonna pick up Squib and take him with.
Hey,
Oh god!
Squib is in the middle of a conversation with Riki, gets picked up. Oh, I guess I'm going this way now.
hey, put my boy down.
No.
He's mine.
No.
Mine.
No.
So, is Beastie
And a straw
leaving?
hat.
Is Beastie leaving with Squib?
Yes.
Okay, Riki will
I will
follow.
telekinesis her.
What do I need to roll to resist being telekinesis?
Athletics.
Well,
If he
freaking it.
if he roll, you'll need to roll athletics.
Versus mine intellect.
Yeah,
Where's the
She-
cookie buddy?
she wins.
I tried.
So as you try, you feel the tug, and the goblin, with a surprising amount of strength, just keeps walking, and both she, Squib, and Riki all leave.
Oh look, the party is splitting up. How fascinating.
Oh, it's like we're fracturing into shards.
Oh shit! Topical!
Oh shit,
said
we're
that-
doing it
he's-
again.
He did it. He said the thing.
Confetti goes off, yay!
Anton, as you hold out your hand to telekinesis Beastie, she just leaves, and the other you just sits there, hands clasped, and leans towards you and goes, well, that was spectacular.
Tonton's just gonna sit, cross his arms, and pout.
No, it's okay. You want me to make you some hot cocoa?
Yes, please.
I'll make you some hot cocoa, he says, kisses you on the head before skipping to the kitchen.
I don't know if this is narcissistic or kinky, but what the fuck?
Or just gonna see that and just literally just shiver a bit.
Like, goddammit, stop masturbating in public.
You can't stop the Tauntauns from doing that. Granted, they wouldn't stop there. They'd actually go a little bit further.
I'm sure the local authorities would take care of it.
Sure, if they can stop them.
They would more than likely join in, let's be real. What you doing, Mark?
Mark's gonna go back over to his his crow friend, see if he's still just sleeping.
He's now standing on the windowsill, pecking at the window.
He'll kind of.
Wait, let me in.
Wait, is the window actually closed?
Yes.
Oh, he'll open the window.
In, you hear the bird say as it flutters over to the table.
Welcome in,
Wait,
I guess.
Said something?
Crap.
Crap?
Craps.
Craps?
Scraps. It saying one word over and over again. Scraps.
Scraps. Oh, do you mean as he'll kind of pull
Food.
out his food, his bird food, and set some on the table?
It will begin pecking at it happily.
Give me food, give me food, give me food.
Alright, crows can learn to talk.
This
They
is
have a mimicry.
Mark has something that lets him hear what the bird's saying. So he can actually understand the bird.
I wonder. This guy Mark just thinking to himself.
Can I teach you how to use gun?
It's kind of what he's thinking. Can I teach you how to fight in some way?
Bird with a gun, watch them run.
Give the bird a gun. Give the bird a gun.
What if I can weaponize nature?
Listen, he does have what's his name's his core, so he might start thinking about that.
Okay. So, officially, this is party downtime. Going back to the training montage that Ophi and Thorgrim are having, it more or less, Ophi begins unleashing a flurry of attacks onto you, Thorgrim. With you raging, you just stand there taking them. You raise up one hand and chop him once on the head, and more or less render him unconscious.
What I get, or that's what you get for asking to train with me. Well,
Pulls a one-punch man on him.
Gotta love them nat 20s.
yeah, I know, right?
So Hubert is taking Adelsarde and Jubilee on downtime. The other three are doing their downtime activities. So that leaves George, Mark, and Tauntaun, Scalodius, and Gloomhollow.
Indeed.
So what are you guys doing with your downtime?
Let me check my bio. I have a bunch of things. Oh yeah, ranged shield. We'll work on that.
What are you doing?
Trying to make shield ranged.
Ah, okay. Roll an Arcana.
It's absolutely useless on myself.
Roll an Arcana.
I think you just need to invest in mage armor at this point.
He's trying.
I
He's
used
trying to
have
get it. He's trying to get it to where he can cast shield on other people.
Yes.
No, I get that.
If
I'm
the
just saying for
frontline
himself.
stays alive, I stay alive. Yeah, no, that's not very good.
Until
That's
they
not
teleport
gonna run.
behind the front line behind you.
Yeah, that's still only an 11 AC. Although, why is my AC 12 right now? What's causing that? Oh, okay.
Mage
go away.
armor? What the fuck?
Tauntaun, your AC should be 9.
Yes, haste was running on myself for some reason.
Alright, so
Don't know how it became 12 though.
that's Tauntaun's downtime activity. What of the rest of ye lot?
Mark is.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Mark is gonna try to. Does he have a way of contacting Tempest again?
You can try using the stone you were given that you used last time.
Okay, he's gonna try to use the stone again and ask if there's any way he could potentially. He's gonna say, "Hey, would there be any way I can potentially get my old core back if you finish repairing it?"
You hear a long silence before eventually you hear, "I'm coming, don't leave."
Well, fuck.
Oh, Dad is mad! Dad is mad!
Oh boy. Okay. Mark is gonna have his moment of somewhat panic, and he doesn't know if anyone's gonna notice it, but he's gonna try to immediately calm it down.
Shit.
Mark, I got a phone call from school this morning.
Oh, God. I hear you've been called for a parent-teacher conference.
Oh no.
Apparently you did something with your older brother.
I don't know if anyone's gonna try to at least notice Mark's somewhat panic. He'll just say out loud, "Hey George," and I guess everyone.
No. Patterson says, and because you called to him, he will trot over to you.
Oh, you didn't need to come over here, Patterson, but I guess you could.
Patterson immediately hugs you.
Thank you. That might be the only friendly gesture I get once my dad gets here.
Aww.
He's going to be turned into scrap. And then turned into a toaster.
George is gonna have it here and say, "Your dad? You mean your creator?" I call him Dad. Oh.
Don't shame a man for loving his dad, the other Tauntaun says to you, George.
I never did. I just didn't expect him to call him Dad.
Why? Did you want him to call you Daddy?
No. Do you ever hear a machine call their creator's dad, other than master
yeah, Mark does it
or?
all the time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is Mark the only?
Patterson also technically calls Tauntaun Dad.
Okay, but Patterson's an undead. He's a warforged.
Undead are created too.
And when we stop and think about it, Patterson can completely reassemble himself. He's really no different.
Well, Mark can't
Mark-
reassemble himself, I'm pretty sure.
Mark, as Tauntaun says this, you hear Patterson go, "Brothers."
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Yes, Patterson, he is your brother now. Enjoy. He can take you on walks.
Back to Mark now. Okay. Well, if you're gonna be my other brother, then you can meet my crow friend.
Hello, Patterson says, waving to the crow, and the crow calls at him.
This is so normal.
But yeah. Oh wait, Mark's gonna look and realize that everyone else is gone. Oh wow, everyone else is gone. Okay.
Yeah, one group went training, the other one went somewhere in the village. They had things they needed to do too.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to. He stands up as he kind of offers for his crow friend to come with him.
He'll hop on your shoulder.
I'm gonna go maybe try to talk to Azargorn and let him know to not be surprised when a dragon comes flying over his village, potentially.
Can't he shapeshift?
Did you say a dragon?
Oh, hold on. I asked my question first. Can't he shapeshift?
I've never seen him shapeshift, so.
Most dragons can.
Well, I've never seen it, and I don't know if he's the type of person to shapeshift.
Yeah, he seems rather prideful and arrogant and an asshole.
Like a good asshole or a bad asshole?
Does it kind of think you're nothing more than an insect?
Oh, that's the fun ones.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go
I'm gonna go merge with Patterson for a sec.
So, DM, real quick.
Yes, you did.
Would a real dragon be considered like an avatar of his deity?
Not
Point to Scalodius.
not an avatar, but you do know dragons are excruciatingly rare.
So
like-
still, there's stars in Scalodius's eyes.
Oh god,
Real
he's gonna
dragon.
talk Tempest's head off now. Yeah, Mark's gonna start leaving with his bird friend to go talk to Azurgorn.
Okay.
And I guess if anyone sees him throughout the city, they'll probably see him in like a panicked like walk to Azurgorn.
Why'd you leave through the wall?
Jump through the
It's just
window?
the thing to do. He couldn't find the door.
Yeah, exactly. He just goes through the window.
Tauntaun, as you're sipping your hot cocoa that the other you brought, the other you
Oh, that's self-care.
leans over and goes, "Hey, that one, he's a priest, right?
Which one?
That one," he says, pointing to the Dragonborn.
Maybe?
He's wearing priest garb.
Yeah, and Hubert doesn't dress like a paladin. And I definitely don't dress like a wizard.
My comment will have to wait until I know further.
Hey, Scaly boy!
Yes, my child. What is it?
Are you a priest?
Why, yes, I am.
Well, there's your answer.
I am a priest of the great dragon god himself. Praise be unto him.
Dragon God. This is
Oh, yeah,
George
we met
talking.
him. We met that guy. Some weird fishman summoned it.
I didn't meet him.
Choked the hell out of El Serde.
Um,
Oh yeah, this was before you were around.
You met him? Oh, he's like just suddenly in your face.
No, it was
You were
better.
blessed by his presence. Oh, what
Not
a
really.
beautiful day it is to hear such wondrous news.
Oh god, he's a juicer for his god.
Okay, let me lay this down for you real quick. It's not a blessing for us to meet him. He wants us dead. We keep killing his chicken lion.
I'm sorry, my child. I don't think I've heard of that one before.
You know, lion head, big white wings, chicken lion.
I feel like I need to make a religion check on that.
You do.
Because
Isn't it
I
disadvantage?
don't know if that's a worker of that deity.
You do need to roll a religion.
Damn it. I have
So-
which advantage.
Well, luckily for you, since it does involve your deity, it is with advantage.
So that's
You're
naturally-
fairly certain he's referring to the avatar of vengeance that Draco created, being an angel with a lion's head.
Oh, you met the Avatar of Vengeance. Oh, I see. You must have
Cardi,
really
You
done
can't
something
just ask
very
2 or
bad for a
3
second.
times. Oh yeah, we freed Rashid.
You what now?
You know, the lizard that kind of more or less killed most of dragons. In all fairness,
I'm sorry, I need to go to shitposting for a moment to get the meme.
You what?
El Serde was conned into doing it. I was along for the ride. I'm fairly certain I was still on methamphetamines at the time.
No, it's this face that he just made at you.
Yeah, Tauntaun still doesn't care. Oh, hold on, I got a thing from the... okay. That's a good answer.
Yeah, that face is just his Scalos face.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about that. It
I'm
was
sorry,
something I
what?
was asking Obi.
Oh. I just figured that was the perfect
No, it's
response to what you
very
just
fitting.
told him.
No, it's a very fitting face. But, yeah, we got conned into doing it by another
You
lizard that
released
he-
the scourge of Draco.
Tauntaun's just going to lift his finger and just place it on Scaly's lips, just going... Not done. We were conned into doing it. Technically, Edelsar Day was
My
conned
child.
into doing it, and then the rest of us ended up getting dragged along with it. She can be very persuasive when Hubert's next to her. That and fire. I think she's horny for fire. What was I talking about again? Oh, right, we were conned into it.
Hello, I am Patterson.
Yes, you are. Long and short of it is, we were conned into doing this by a lizard who said that it was his people's entire thing to free a unjustly imprisoned person. We just got into this planet. We didn't really know much about it.
Hey, it's plane, not planet.
This is fair. This is an entirely new plane. But I wouldn't put it past us to eventually planet hop. I've done weirder shit.
So, what I am understanding is that none of you are incapable of detecting when someone is lying, Elviriel says from the other side of the room.
It was very late at night, and it was Edel Sarday. She is a sucker for a sob story.
Quite.
Oh, brother.
Gist of it
Tauntaun
is,
now
we
has
just
a
took
hand
the
on his
ball.
face.
Tauntaun?
Tauntaun has a hand on his face.
Whose hand?
Scalodius. It's not like he's grabbing it, but he's like placing a hand on his forehead, like, Lord Draco, please forgive this ignorant child, as he has not known what he has done. He's straight up trying to do a confessional for you right now at this point, trying to save
Our
your
Lord
soul.
and Savior,
Oh.
please help me not beat his ass.
Tauntaun licked Scaly's wrist.
My brother in Christ, please save me from...
As you're doing this, and he recognizes it as a confession, the other Tauntaun will get on his knees and goes, "I'm sorry, Daddy. Please forgive me."
Oh, Draco,
I'm
give me
sorry,
strength.
Daddy, I've been naughty.
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, please hold me back. I'm about to beat his fucking ass.
Exactly.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the audacity of this bitch.
Lion, the
Lion,
witch,
the
and the
witch, and
audacity of his
this
kids.
bitch.
Okay,
I
so
think Gloom at this point knows he's starting to lose it.
Yep.
so
Gloomhowl knows that he's about to go barbarian mode.
are you spending your downtime trying to cleanse the Tauntauns?
Yes. This is gonna be a full week task, I know.
Okay, so that leaves George and Elle.
Elvie is going to be spending her downtime trying to calm Scalodius so he doesn't, straight up murder Tauntaun in his barbarian rage, and also trying to see if she can't gain some more information about the group, to the point where if anyone mentions that they're an arcane caster of some sort, then Elviriel will be trying to borrow some spells from them to scribe into her book.
You can tell by looking at Tauntaun that he is a wizard.
Oh hell.
Yeah, he's doing those things right now. He's making a spell.
Like-
Well, attempting to.
You can tell that Tauntaun is the wizard and is also probably the only person that you can scribble spells with.
Elviriel looks entirely calm and normal and well postured as she normally is, but inside her head, she's banging her head against the wall.
Just sudden dread.
Just like, why is he the only one?
Wait until she finds out how he became a wizard. Because before this, he was a cultist.
Yeah.
And he's not going to give much in the ways of explanation either.
No.
It's not. It's just, I fucked my way into a cult, I got eaten by a wolf, I got shit out by the wolf, and then I was a wizard.
We're just gonna-
That might make her even more confused than she started.
That is
Yes,
Tauntaun's
let's,
job.
Let's get with George real quick before we hear that conversation.
Mhm.
George is actually just gonna.
Hey, Scorp.
He has an idea in his head he wants to try, but before he does that, he's gonna look at LV and say, "Are you? I'm guessing you're the quiet one."
A quiet one, yes.
All right.
Is there something you wish to ask? I can carry a conversation.
You know, as you said that, I'm curious how you do. So shoot.
Shoot what?
No, have a conversation with me.
Ah, what would you like to speak about?
You're the one that's holding the conversation.
That is true. What is your connection to the others? The ones that are not of our group?
Well, I was actually banished from my home, or not banished, exiled from my home, and I had to complete a task, which, luckily enough, they were also on the same task, so I helped them with it. They traveled with me home to return and show that they've completed the quest, and that was how we met.
Fate has an odd way of working. Fate has an odd way of working either for or against others, so I am glad that its current carried you in the right direction.
Yeah. I mean, they were the ones that helped me try to figure out who my dad's killer was, so that's also pretty good, pretty nice.
Ah, that is very concerning. I apologize for the untimely death of your father.
Nah, it's fine. Once I get my hands on that paladin that did it, it's gonna feel a lot worse.
I would imagine so. I would assume you have a lot of issues that you wish to resolve while simultaneously stabbing your father's killer in the face.
Less stabbing.
Ah, are you not a martial fighter?
Well, I am, but I also am kind of well versed in some spells, so.
Ah, such as?
Well,
I am familiar with magi that do know how to use weapons, but I am also familiar with those that are bound to their blades.
Well, he'll kind of plug his blade. This is kind of what I use to sometimes cast my spells. There's also some things that help me control some spells, like this, as he pulls out a vial of blood. And on top of that, I have ways of enhancing my own abilities.
I see.
Orgrim, roll another athletics with advantage against Beastie, because she wants to spar with you now.
Okay, if she insists.
Oh, I'm raging too. Do I get with advantage now?
If
Yep.
you're raging, yes.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Let's
Is
see.
Buffy awake and
Let's
able to
go.
take notes?
Oh my god!
Sure.
Oh my god!
Ah, I forgot. Fuck. Damn it.
Well, I mean, at least you didn't get the net one.
So, since it's more fun to go with the double nat 20,
Yeah.
Ophi, you wake up in time to see a very long, drawn-out, and hard-fought battle that you don't even know if is actually going to have an ending anytime soon.
Very much just
That's
Dragon
like
Ball
I
Z,
fought the
just like fighting for
fucking
days.
Robo thing.
Oh yeah. During the fight, she's actually fighting like a Muay Thai martial artist.
Yes! Knees, elbows, punches, kicks, let's go.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so back to the conversation.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm also able to summon my own companion that is able to act as a worthwhile.
Can we briefly
Pretty good
pause?
distraction.
Can we briefly pause?
Sure.
Just briefly.
In the meantime, we will go over what Hubert is doing. Hubert actually is taking Adelsarday and Jubilee to what appears to be a clothing store. And as you both enter, you will see clothing ready and waiting for you in your respective styles, and these clothings will count as Elven Chain, which will be 14 plus your Dexterity mod for AC.
Oh my.
Nice. So I get a +2 on my armor, yay! Finally.
Hubert, when did you get this?
What do you mean?
How was this made? When did you commission these clothes?
I have downtime too, my lady.
Oh.
They're lovely. Jubilee's gonna try to find a changing room and change into them right away. She's excited.
Ale is just in shock looking at the clothes, but then looks to Hubert and smells. Thank you.
Oh, also, it doesn't require you to have proficiency with armor to wear it. You were considered proficient with it, so you can cast magic in it.
Nice. Well, she's going
If
to
it's a light armor, I'm good anyway.
I think it's technically medium, but once again, you don't need to be proficient. But Hubert will nod and says, "You needed better ways of protecting yourself."
Ale smiles a bit more, rests her head against his chest, but then goes to a changing room and gets changed as well.
Okay, you both get changed, and despite the fact that it looks like very common clothing, you can tell that it's made from a very tough material. And as said, it fits your styles. It looks exactly like your normal clothing, in fact. And you can come out and you can wear it as normal clothing without any downsides.
Nice. So how do we look, Hubert? Just kind of holding Ailsarday hip to hip.
You look well. You look well, both of you. How does it
Now
feel?
I feel like we need to get... It feels amazing. So light. Now I feel like we need to get Hubert something. Isn't that right, Ailsarday?
I agree.
Unfortunately, I must say that I disagree in this matter.
Now why is that?
I am in no need of a gift or anything similar.
Well, maybe we'll have to surprise you later on then.
You can certainly attempt to do so.
Challenge accepted then.
Alright. And we can circle back to Thorgrim and Mark's conversation now. Not Mark, George.
You mean George and Elvis?
And also about Thorgrim. Got all the names wrong.
Go back to the conversation.
Which one?
The one
Yes.
between Wizard and Warlock.
Where did we end off? I don't quite remember.
I was telling you that I could summon a companion.
Telling
I
you
see.
that he could summon Monkey.
I see. What kind of a companion, may I ask?
Demon monkey.
What? Huh?
That's Bargroa, actually. I think that's his full name.
Oh, Barogura. Yes. I guess that is technically a demonic monkey. Now that I think about it. Fascinating. So you are your way of casting is more of the. I hesitate to say this, but because this is all subjective. But your casting is of the quote-unquote darker side of magic, then.
It's a mixture of both. If we want to talk about casting, then most of my spells are relatively simple, but they require some type of darkness to it. But naturally, I am part angel, so.
So you have the powers of both light and dark at your employ.
That's actually a good way to do it.
It is quite nice to be able to handle magic, and in both of its forms. Its more holy side and its darker, more profane side. Very, very rare gift, I would say.
Thank you.
You're quite
Not
welcome.
sure if that was a compliment or if you were just saying that.
It was a factual compliment.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a compliment or if you were just saying it. Yes.
Yeah, basically she just said that. Just yes. Whether you accept it as a compliment or not is entirely up to you.
Well, I appreciate it nonetheless.
You are quite welcome. Perhaps if you are so inclined, we could exchange magical knowledge as a show of respect and possibly as a bonding moment so that we may become simply more than strangers.
Sure, I can say about one of my spells.
As could I.
But first I need to head to my room to attempt something.
Then I shall not keep you.
I'll kind of head over to his room, and he's going to try something different.
Okay.
So rather than how he contacts his mother, he's going to try to, without needing to summon him, trying to see if he can somehow, mentally connect to his Balgura and try to talk to him.
Okay. Roll an Arcana.
Monkey noise, monkey.
As you attempt this, this is the first time that you've tried to peer into the abyss, but you feel nothing but chaos and evil radiating from the realm that you are trying to navigate to find into the demon that you are able to summon. And despite your best efforts, you don't seem to be able to break away through the evil and chaos. And eventually, you snap out of your meditation and you realize that you're actually in a cold sweat with how much effort it took you to get as far into your meditation as you were.
Okay. That's gonna require some practice. Or I could make it easier for myself. I'll figure it out some other time. And he'll kind of take some time to calm himself down and wipe himself off before going back out.
Alright.
At this point, Scaloius is broken into full-on sermon.
And around this point is where everyone else can return to the house. Beastie and Thorgrim's tussle did not have a clear winner.
Roll game.
So, does everybody return to the house?
Yeah.
Is that including Mark?
Yes. Mark would have
Okay.
gone to Azragorn and warned, hey, as I'm fairly certain Mark would put it in basically the sense, hey, by the way, there might be a dragon coming, and then would promptly leave.
No, he'd probably explain saying that, hey, might be a dragon coming. It is an ally. In further detail, he is actually my father. So if you see him or anyone that looks dragon-like, I guess
Only
just
so I
point
can
him
hide.
towards the house we're at.
Okay. So
Draco Lich comes to say hi and kill us all. Yeah, we're over there.
he'll take what you say to heart and seems almost excited at the aspect of seeing a dragon.
Yeah, and then I'll head back.
Boom.
You know, I was thinking, like, there's been a strange amount of situations where people just grab Adel by the throat. Like, it's happened.
She's very chokeable.
It's
I
happened
should give her a
four.
nice necklace.
It's happened 4 times now. There's Zardak, Rashi, what's his name?
That one night with Hubert.
No, there was that archangel in Haven that grabbed her by the throat when she guessed that the librarian was a dragon.
Ramiel?
Yeah. No, not. I think it was Ramiel? No, not Ramiel. Hold on. Should be in my notes.
The one dude that we helped save and bring back from the dead?
Yeah, him.
I don't remember his name.
Yeah,
Look,
that
they-
Probably is just very.
Barbiel.
They take the need to choke a bitch to heart, okay?
Yeah, but why is it always her? There's a
She's the one
chokeable.
talking.
Give her a necklace.
There's
She's
a,
the one talking.
Tauntaun is more chokeable than Adel is by a bigger margin, and yet Adel's always the one that's getting choked like a bitch.
Yeah, 'cause she's the one
Tauntaun would
talking.
enjoy it.
Yeah, Tauntaun would make
Does she look like a bitch?
What?
Tauntaun would 100% just go harder, daddy.
Yeah.
But Jay does make a
Say
good
what
point.
again?
Jay does make a good point. You're typically the one talking to
That
the people.
is true. I guess as the diplomat leader, she's the one that is in choking danger.
You're just the one who just needs to learn to shut up sometimes.
I'm a diplomat. Talking is what I do.
Yeah, I know. Anyways.
Tauntaun, use him as a puppet.
So, as everyone returns, Mark is hopefully in a more calm state than he was previously, and it looks like Beastie and Thorgrim have had the shit knocked out of one another.
Are you guys okay?
Never better.
Yes.
Alright.
And
Mark is gonna.
I got
Look-
bonked.
Looks over to see Scalus, and he said unto the... grabs Hubert's wrist and just starts dragging him away. Nope, we're not dealing with that possible outcome.
Nope.
Tauntaun is 100% ignoring the sermon, just working on ranged shield. Not
Okay.
the first time he's had a priest
Mark's
try to kill
gonna.
him.
So, Mark, what were you saying?
He's gonna try to, as stealthily as possible, try to contact Tempest again in the stone and just say, "When are you getting here exactly?"
Please help, there's a priest.
Roll sleight of hand.
Help, the priest is trying to cleanse the harlot.
Wait, that's Mark.
Which one?
Those are Mark's stats. Is the 22?
I don't know, I assumed both.
Okay. So as you speak into the stone, you don't get a reply, but eventually, Mark, as you're trying to get a reply, all of you just hear the door suddenly be kicked open.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Mark!
Wait, is that...
It's a Warforged.
Uh-oh.
Is that what Tempest turned himself into? Oh.
Ayla will turn to look at this Warforged. Do they look similar to Mark?
They seem to be a lot more bulky than Mark, but possibly.
Oh, so it's thick Mark.
She's gonna look to see if there's a 2.0 anywhere on him.
inscribed on him is MRK2.
Ah, Mark II.
Middle child has appeared.
Hello, brother.
Hello. I was told to come here.
By who?
Tempest told me that he points to Mark, requested me to be here.
She looks to Mark. You did?
I don't think he knew specifically what I meant, but I guess in a way, yes. Well, actually, it does help that you're here, actually. Did he give you anything before he sent you here?
I was nearby. I have not seen yet. Informed me he is on his way here.
Tempest is on his way here?
Yes.
She looks again to Mark.
I was getting to telling you that. I just made sure to tell Azurborn first before I did.
Fair enough. Though, how about...
Yeah, you guys were gone when I found out.
Okay,
So wait,
also
hold on.
fair
What I'm
enough.
hearing is we're going to be meeting a dragon and an orc at some point in the future. It'd be funny if we catch them fighting.
Throw an elf in there, you got Charlie.
He's busy.
Yeah, Charlie does have a dwindling time limit at the minute.
Speaking of, well, actually, I'll get to that part in a second. So, well, have you been updated on the situation?
I was only informed I had to come, so I came.
Okay, well, long story short, he's going to kind of explain the deal he kind of mistakenly made with MRK1 and what he plans on doing.
Yep. A few minutes later.
You fucking what? Oh.
Now that I am a step closer to finding him, I can decommission him.
Actually, I might... Yeah, actually, Zardak told Mark where he was at, didn't he?
Yes. Well, he told him roughly where he was, but said it was a mechanized city, so it'd be easy to spot once you got close.
Well, if we ever make our way over to there, I can actually probably point you in the direction of where his city would be at.
Good.
Oh, speaking of, Adol Sarday,
Yes?
are you able to by chance check in on Charlie?
You want me to scribe? Sure, I'll do that now.
Yes, because he's currently fighting the Hunter Max.
Oh,
Imagine if Hunter Max threw a private sanctum.
I guess we'll find out if he did. She casts Scry.
And you're casting it on Charlie, yeah?
Yeah.
It has been
Alright.
a whole day of them fighting, probably. So.
So, as you do, you see a landscape that seems charred by lightning as what appears to be a gigantic lightning storm is within the area. And you look around for a minute and you don't actually see anything before you see a lightning strike illuminate something up above you. And as you look up, you see Charlie surrounded by lightning in the shape of a dragon that's raising its claw upwards as it crashes it into Hunter Max, with both of them coming to the ground with a deafening boom. And Charlie lands panting as the lightning fades, and then Hunter Max walks out of the crater and goes, "That was rather enjoyable. My turn."
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Charlie might be dead to us.
Well,
It's not a good thing, because then that's a mechanized Charlie soon.
Yeah, because they can get rid of the Charlie personality. All we have to do is talk about sex and he'll run away.
so, how... Charlie is not looking good, huh?
Charlie is beginning to look tired.
Fuck. Okay, he is running out of time. All right.
Also, Hunter Max does not look injured.
Wait, what?
He doesn't look hurt at all.
How the hell did Oh yeah, Dark Ether. I guess that makes sense.
I mean, Charlie... Well, actually, I'm pretty sure Charlie is able to channel ether. I don't know.
Nah, he doesn't.
Actually, I don't
have
think he
that
ever
ability.
was. Yeah, he only was able to do punch shit hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie was able to punch really hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Hunter Max is immune to punch really hard.
The only way to get past Hunter Max's defenses is with ether, and unfortunately for him, he ain't got that ability, so.
But luckily for Charlie, he's a durable sumbitch.
Yeah, so he just has to wait until we find him. And by the looks of it, it's not going to be that difficult. We just have to follow the storms.
Just follow the destroyed landscape.
So, Ail's going to cough the scry and will shake her head. Well, he is running out of time. He can't really get past Hunter Max's defenses like we did.
Then... I mean, what do you want to do?
We're going to stay with the plan. We wait until Zardak arrives. He would have a better idea of how to track down Hunter Max. We explain the situation to him. Then we go and find Hunter Max. We rescue Charlie. Then we go and find your brother.
Are you sure we should immediately try to find my brother? He called the Puppet Master child's play, and we struggled against him.
That is true. However, your brother likes to delegate tasks to others. What's to stop him from delegating Charlie to us? After he gets him mechanized.
Well, the fact that if he respects our deal, he has to wait until he takes care of Puppet Master first.
So was Charlie not having his soul remain in his body part of this deal?
To be honest, no, because I had forgotten about that.
Then we need to save Charlie first.
As this is said, you hear a knock on the door.
Who is it?
Do you actually say that?
Yeah.
Zardak.
Elviriel immediately gets up and stands at attention.
Zardak waits for the door to open.
Mark's gonna open the door.
Oh damn, I was gonna have Ophi just zoom the door just like that. But I haven't beat to it.
And Zardak will walk in his very familiar fancy attire and will look over the room. And as Ophi rushes towards him, he just holds out one arm as he's gazing over the room, and as Ophi gets close, he wraps one arm around Ophi's back, hugging him tightly, and then says, "What do you think you're doing running away in the middle of the night?"
I wanted to go fishing.
At night?
Sometimes sharks can be found at night.
Sharks are only in the ocean, dipshit.
That's not true.
Boy.
Most sharks can go in freshwater.
Boy.
We're not close. We're not close enough to that.
There's also the specific nighttime fish. There's some that you can only get at dawn and dusk.
There's also some with wings that fly in the air.
Oh, my lord, you have finally arrived.
Don't call me Lord. I am Zardak.
Right. My apologies, Zardak.
Regardless, it is a pleasure to see you again.
He then sets Ophi down and eases in, looks to Adelsarde. Where can I sit?
Ada will walk over to where Snarg is sitting. Can you excuse us for a moment, Snarg?
Snarg nods, gets up, looks to Zardak as he passes, and clenches one hand before tapping it to his chest. And you see Zardak mirror the gesture before Narg leaves.
Interesting.
That's
Orcish
respect.
greeting. An orcish greeting of respect, it seems.
Possibly, or I don't know. It felt. Sorry, this is out of character speaking, but felt more like a a greeting that someone from like a same tribe or unit would do.
Perhaps.
I don't know. Just player mulling an idea over.
Yeah.
Before we get started, he says, intertwining his fingers together, and gazes past everyone. I want Riki to leave the room.
Squib,
Yeah?
take Riki to Asrogorn, please.
Okay. And with that, the two of them will leave.
I'm just assuming the side thing's done at this point.
Side thing? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that sermon should be over by now, Hubert.
If it's not, I can silence him.
Bruh.
Please, oh.
Hubert does not react to Zardak and merely gets into position where he belongs behind Adel Zardak.
Seeing this, Beastie will just go over here.
Thorgrim will find one of the stools and just plunk himself down.
George is gonna be all the way back here because he is not supposed to get involved with this shit.
If Zardak starts throwing punches, I want to be hit last.
No, if Zardak starts throwing punches, I am not starting a war.
Yeah, I think the position of Skildis and Gloomhaven are of a mediary, but definitely on
absolutely.
Zardak's side still.
Certainly. Actually, I'll go here. Be beside my friend.
I feel like I missed a detail just now, but everything feels tense.
No shit.
So it's Jubilee whispering to Adel Sarday, but
yeah, like, duh.
Meanwhile, as neither of you were really big, subtle, everyone else just gets to hear the quiet, not quiet whispering.
Ada will just raise up a hand, like to tell them to quit it.
right. Sorry.
Yes, of course.
She'll rest her hands on the table and look across it to Zardak.
Zardak will pull two goblets out of his coat before pulling out a bottle of wine and uncorks it before pouring serving into each mug and then slides the mug over to you.
She'll take it.
So, you want to talk?
I do.
Let's talk.
Alright. Let's lay out everything that we both know on the table, shall we?
You first.
Very well. In regards to Riki, I know that she is more to you than just a normal slave. Otherwise, you would not have sent out so many people like this to die. Nor would you have asked someone to create something capable of defeating you to come after us.
I didn't ask him to make that. I merely employed it.
Well, you also would not have sent Thogrind after us by himself, considering how he almost killed us, again, almost by himself, and died doing so. I feel that Riki is worth a lot more than you let on. I'm aware.
I didn't send Thogrin. He went on his own.
Either way, the people under your employ seem to be taking us as a very legitimate threat. And I'm trying to figure out why is that? Why is Riki that valuable to you? I am aware of who she used to belong to, a god, or something along those lines, who was creating...
God.
Yes. who is creating armies in order to attack various settlements and cities. You put a stop to that. And seemingly rescued Ricky in the process. Am I correct?
I don't know if rescue is quite the correct term.
Then how would
Under
you...
new management would be closer to what I would say.
I see. But then you give her special treatment. Aside from the job that she already has, she doesn't do anything else. She always stays with you or with Thogrin.
Yeah, as you say this, he gives a side-eyed glance to Scalodius and Elby.
Scalodius is just looking away, whistling.
Elviriel does not say a word or change in any way.
Now, I just have a question for you. Because you spent time with us when we were in Haven. You saw our treatments with Riki. Did you believe she was in danger with us?
Zardak will sip from his mug and reach into his coat pocket, pulling out a wooden case before opening it, and looks over a selection of cigars and goes, "You mind?"
No, go ahead.
He'll then pull one out and bite the butt off of it before leaning back and with a lighter lights the cigar and takes a long drag off of it and sighs before going, "I thought everyone in Haven was at danger, not Riki."
Why? Because of us?
Because of Riki.
You mind elaborating a bit, Zardak?
George kind of sits up and seems to be paying a lot more attention now.
Riki is a bit unpredictable. Her powers are tied to her emotions. When in a state of melancholy, boredom, or in a lethargic mood, her powers are weak, if not non-existent. But when she is happy, they are powerful and unpredictable.
That's
When-
a threat. Rather than trying to teach her how to use it?
The unfortunate thing is I saw what happened when she was taught how to use it. It raised hundreds, if not thousands, of elementals. At her beck and call, she could have easily created an army, marched it onto whatever city she wanted to, and continued on. When I killed that demigod, she almost killed me. Her surge of emotion, seeing him lie dead at my feet, caused a rather significant blast of radiance to emanate from her. Were I not as hardy as I am, I may have even been incinerated.
Who was she to the deity?
I assume a tool at his disposal. When a being of such immense, unpredictable power falls into the wrong hands, more corrupt people have a tendency to abuse it.
Tool, good sir, does not get upset when its user dies.
See,
Unless...
the issue with that is if the user acts interested in them, takes care of them, pampers them, spoils them, makes them believe that they are close. It would.
So you're telling me this demigod manipulated her into being a tool to create armies with which he used to attack settlements?
Correct.
And this demigod didn't actually care for her.
I would assume not.
So then here's my
I don't even know if Riki knew what her summons were being used for.
Then here's my question to you, Zardak. Why keep her around at all? Clearly she's a danger.
Yes, but if I do not keep her in a state of melancholy like I had been, she is a danger to the world rather than a danger to me.
That's what I mean. What is your end goal here? Keep her melancholy for the rest of her life?
My intent is to make sure that no one gets hurt from her.
Then why didn't you just kill her?
Because killing her might have the same effect as killing a dragon. She clearly has some high caliber magic packed away in that body of hers. Killing her outright could cause it to surge outward, causing unpredictable effects.
So that's the only reason she's alive?
I don't kill to kill. I kill only for necessity.
Well, then that brings me back to the first half of the question. What is the end game with her?
To keep her tame, to keep her calm, to make sure that power doesn't surge out and hurt anybody.
By making her suffer for the rest of her life.
He takes a drag from his cigar and sighs and says, Thogrin has been working on inhibitor cuffs, something that will seal the magic away inside her. Once those get created, we will put them on Riki, and the problem will be solved.
Just like that?
I would assume so.
And how far along has this gone?
Considering how rare the materials are needed to craft them, slow.
DM
And
question.
you don't know of any other way to actually just let her live and just have her under control? Because I don't think we've ever experienced any big power burst from her, ever.
As you say this, you remember,
She's happy now.
as you say this, you remember her beginning to cry caused a thunderstorm.
Yes, remember the rain? And remember what happened when we were fighting the shadows. I've noticed it myself, she is getting...
Real quick, what's your question, Matt?
Would I know, would LV know about the inhibitor cuffs as a project?
Not really, no.
Okay, is that something that's even kept under wraps from R&D?
Well, it's not so much he kept it under wraps. Your particular work crew would have no reason to know about that since it was Thogrin's project.
That's fair.
Unfortunately, her powers are too strong. She cannot control them. She cannot make sure that she has control of them at all times. While, for the time being, she may seem like she can, eventually there will come a point where she cannot hold back her energy, and she'll hurt anybody
And
around
she's
her.
aware of this?
No.
I don't know. I doubt it.
That might be part of the problem, then.
Yes, and let's inform her that she'll hurt her friends by using her magic, at which point she will never use her magic again.
Or it could have the adverse effect, or reverse effect. She becomes so emotional and scared it would make her release it accidentally.
Exactly.
Or, and hear me out, giving her insight to what her problem is, we can help her through it and make sure this doesn't happen.
And And if she
He just
kills
neutralized the problem.
and if she kills you whenever you tell her, what then? What if telling her about her power causes a backlash? What if you tell her
And
and she somehow conjures a dragon?
What if keeping her like this has only been building up the problem? Again, we can talk what ifs all day. Until we actually do something, we're not going to ever know.
But I was doing something.
Yes,
And
you
then-
had that project.
And not only that, I was keeping her abilities calm.
So why stop her from speaking
By making
Draconic?
her miserable.
Draconic is an ancient language, but I have my own reasons in my city to not allow it.
Oh, I see.
It was less an issue with her, and more an issue with the city.
Scale just looks away, a little gloomy at that.
LV puts a hand on Scalodius' shoulder as a consolation.
Well, Zodek, it seems like this entire thing has been a misunderstanding, but unfortunately we are where we are. I cannot let you have Riki back. And while your reasons are valid, I just cannot allow that. However, I do not... Your reasons, like I said, are valid. Riki is a danger. But I can't... But that's why I believe...
Your methods just suck at trying to contain and fix the problem. Jubilee just says that outright.
Adol just cringes a little bit, sighs. To put it simply, yes. Your plan, while effective, I just can't agree with. But here's the thing. I don't want to fight you anymore. I don't want to go against you. That's why I want to help you. Tell me what Thogran needs to make these bracelets or whatever is needed to limit Riki's power so she can have a normal life, and I will get them.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's something that you can obtain.
Why is that?
It requires you to do some very unfortunate things.
Like?
It is a ritual. The materials required are not so much physicality as concepts. For example, 1,000 years of suffering. Is that something that you think you could bring me?
You can almost hear Jubilee's breath starting to speed up a little at that mention.
Ael taps her fingers on the table.
The prize of orphaned children. How about that one?
Point taken. Then we will find another way.
Does it have to be
Mr. Stark.
multiple?
Tauntauns, now is not the time.
I mean, I'm an orphan.
Either way, we will find another way.
Yes, we will.
This is actually linked to the second thing I wanted to speak with you about. I'm unsure if you're aware, but the person that you employed to create creatures to come after us is currently forming a plan to take over Crestfall.
He's gone batshit insane.
I see. I never really trusted him, to be honest with you.
With good reason. Right now, he is aiming to do two things, which is important to us, and I think we might be able to help each other with. In stopping, that is. Remember Charlie?
Yes.
The one who you enjoyed your fights with? Well, at the
The
moment...
one who fell asleep during our fight because he wanted to take a nap.
Wait, seriously? That's what happened?
Yes. I I do really want to hear about your thoughts on him later, but that aside,
He's an idiot.
an idiot you love fighting.
I didn't say that he wasn't a strong idiot. I said he was an idiot.
Either way. Right now, he's currently fighting the robotic being who beat you. Right. I saw their fight. Charlie is not going to last much longer. Once he defeats Charlie, he will be taken back to Mark 1, the person you employed, and his soul will be taken from his body and be transferred into another robotic being. I can tell you.
He calls himself Supreme.
Oh, egotistical. Nonetheless,
Unfortunately, that ego is well warranted.
So it would seem. But here is the second thing. Supreme is going to lock down this realm. No one will be able to go in, no one will be able to go out. The person who I believe can help Ricky is in another realm. Our home realm. A place called Aria. There is a man there called Obitus. Most likely one of the most powerful magic users I have ever known.
Or perception.
Perception?
Yes.
Oh boy. Obitus has been here before.
All of you can roll it if you want.
Alright.
Okay. I
Let's go to the other party.
Yeah. But
Mark
not
remembers
you,
that there was
Tauntaun.
a-
You're not close enough.
Oh, okay.
21.
Mark remembers the Supreme, right? Mark remembers the Supreme and all that with the amulet?
Yes. Supreme, you know that your brother MRK1 refers to himself as Supreme. So.
Wow.
Yeah, well, there was something like
Yep.
relating to Supreme and the amulet, right? The Supreme had one?
Oh.
Yeah, Supreme has an amulet. Alright.
That was
So-
Mark, and then
I assume the second 21 is LV, yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
21.
So LV, you're the only one who notices it, but Zardek very briefly raises an eyebrow to the mention of this specific name, but goes back to being very calm.
Interesting.
Which specific name? Sorry.
Obitus.
Ah, yes.
Mark. Oh, sorry. I was waiting for you guys to.
No, I'm just going,
Yes.
Oh, and I
Mark.
was going to say that Mark's going to have a. He said he calls himself Supreme.
Yes.
He has an amulet.
Okay. Zardek says, looking at you. I assume you're referring to something that I am unaware of.
Yes, this is an amulet which belongs or was created by a demon known as Xanthragon, a perverter.
I fought one of his zealots before.
Really?
Yes.
Well, Xanthragon might be manipulating Supreme's ego to make him more aggressive.
That matches it because the opposite of us being more force created to do a task is to go completely against our creator's wishes.
The one I fought, I believe, was supposed to be the reverse of a monk. They were very slow, but they could take a beating, and they needed only one strike to return the favor.
So if I have his old. Perhaps that could be another solution to this, is if we somehow manage to take away that amulet.
From what we've seen, that's not real. Well, it is possible. It'll just require beating them first.
It is possible, but difficult.
Either way, you help us defeat Supreme and let Riki stay with us, and we will be able to find a solution to this without having to make her suffer, and without having someone creating more powerful robots to invade your countries.
I cannot leave Riki in your hands. Not without someone there to supervise you.
Then
Sophie's gonna raise his hand. I can do it.
Zardak will slowly reach over, taking your hand, putting it on the table, and then looks to Elvi.
Yes?
I want you to take the group, and you're staying with them. He says, nodding his head toward Adolzarde.
As you command.
And then he looks to Ophi and goes, you answer to B.
Two.
He points his thumb to Beastie, who he refers to as B.
Oh. Can't I answer to Squiliaris?
No.
But he's nicer.
I'm aware he's nicer, but she's
He's much
more.
likely to throw me through a window.
But she is more stern on you. As much as I believe in Skeliotis, the problem is that he is far too lenient. He says, looking towards Skeliotis, on your antics.
Scaliotis just shrugs and like, no, that's fair.
Whereas B will keep you safe and calm, and more importantly, not doing anything stupid.
I don't do stupid things.
Yes,
I do
you do.
cute and adorable things.
You do stupid things, my child. He says, ruffling your head. But while he is saying this, he's still smiling. He still likes your antics. I just can't risk you getting hurt without my supervision.
Yes, you're my little dumbass.
Then why don't you just follow us too?
Unfortunately, if this is as dire as the Drow is making this out to be, I will have to go ahead of you to try and find Charlie and give him assistance.
you will be helping him by yourself?
While that thing has definitely beaten me, the thing is that I am durable. I can take a beating. I can at least help stall it a little longer.
You should know that if you do that, he's immediately going to know that you are betraying him. He has a way of telling when people are fighting.
Don't get me wrong. While I have bought some of his creations, I've never kept them within my city. He and I do not have an alliance. He is a merc, nothing more. A hired blade.
So,
Okay.
that is the plan then? You go to Charlie and we will follow behind you? Or what?
You said Charlie needed to be saved, yes?
Yes.
Then, if I go, stall the big thing, and you come on your way, assuming you don't dilly-dally and let it get both of us, everything should be fine.
Very well.
Correct.
Then that will be the plan. Do you know where he is? Maximus, that
No.
is.
I thought you did.
Well,
Do you remember anything specific about the location where they were fighting?
last I saw, the location is basically rubble by now. There is a large storm around that area with a dragon that is comprised of lightning.
That faded away after it chopped Hunter Max.
All right. The storm was still there, though. At least the storm clouds, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, big, empty expanse of rubble with storms above it.
You just see Zardak sigh before he pulls out what appears to be a sending stone and mutters something into it.
Mark, try to listen in on what he's saying.
Can you understand Orcish?
I don't. Maybe. Hold on.
I know Ophi can. I'd specifically taken Orcish because of Zardak.
Damn it, it's giant.
Well, I can.
Then no, you cannot.
Adel can understand it. What's he saying?
Roll perception.
Oh boy.
Can Ophi listen in?
Roll perception. He's saying get me a location on a potentially magical storm. That's all he says. Awkward silence.
I mean, Ophi's not gonna say anything, he's just neat.
Yep, Adel is waiting.
Waiting, watching, waiting.
If anything, I may have a way for us to all hopefully get there quickly.
And that is?
Tempest.
Ah, of course. That might help.
What's a tempest?
My creator. The one who created MK1.
He says, looking to you, looks you up and down before shrugging. I got nothing against you. Or your creator.
Are you sure the vainglorious bastard is gonna let us hitch a ride?
He will.
If he really wants, yeah, he probably will. MK1 is also his bane of his existence as well, and with what I told him he's planning on doing, he's going to want to help with this.
But he's an asshole. I would be
He's an
surprised if
ass.
he just throws us in a sack and carries us.
He may do that, but at least we can get there faster.
He may throw us in a sack. Yeah, and
Talk shit about my dad.
You guys can barely stand to be within 15 feet of me. You want to be pressed up against me?
I would love to be pressed against you.
Okay, that's you, not the rest of them.
If you two are
I'm
going
fairly
to
certain 90% of them want to kill me.
if you two are going to flirt, go into your room first.
I'm still doing work.
Averio leans over Scalodius and looks at Tauntaun and just goes, "Why is he the wizard out of all the people here?"
Because fuck you.
He wasn't a wizard
Elvis
originally.
leans back and says, "No idea."
He wasn't a wizard originally. He used to be a warlock.
And then he was eaten by a
I
werewolf.
became wizard.
Go back to your work, Tauntaun.
Gods work in mysterious ways.
That is a very unique method of changing convocations.
Unfortunately, he found a creature that more or less rebirthed him. It changed him. Now he's that.
Would I know of any creature that can do that?
Roll a history.
Okay. La histoire.
You do, in fact, know of creatures who would consume people and give birth to more or less doppelgangers of those people with slightly different changes to them, but yes, you do know of creatures like that.
I see. So, it ate the original and then spat out an exact duplicate that was a wizard.
Unfortunately, it still acts like him, so we just treat him as the original.
Interesting. Appalling and yet interesting.
That is par for the course.
And after a while, the sending stone in Zardak's hand will glow before he nods and says, "I think I have a location."
Here, we'll pull out the map.
Zardak will pull out his map, which is of the entire continent.
Yo.
Do we get a copy of that?
Yeah, can we trade maps?
No, he says instantly.
Alright. She'll take a look.
Can Mark try to make a mental note as much of the map as he can?
Roll a T100.
Oh god. Fuck.
Fuck!
Man, that sure is some nice paper that's on.
Maybe it's made of rocks. Wait, sorry, wrong character.
So, that's square.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
not too
nod.
far.
Alright.
Probably will ask if we could possibly trace the map real quick, or at least some parts, because it would really help us to get there quicker.
No. Unfortunately, I can't risk you tracing this.
Alright.
I don't think you understand how valuable these kinds of maps are.
Does Ophi have a map without any form of cities on it, just circles with fishing spots?
Knowing Ophi, it's like not even correct. You would have drawn a square with circles that have fishing spots.
Just there should be one here, there should be one here, that's probably ocean there.
In any case, I can't risk
It's
you
all in crayon.
I can't risk you damaging my map.
Alright. Okay. Go help Charlie. We'll follow along. And then Adel stands.
Zardak will grunt a bit before standing up and heading to the door and says, "It's late. You all should probably sleep."
Alright.
How old is Zardak, or at least how old does he look?
Roll an insight.
Okay. Room insight. Go.
Hey, at least it wasn't disadvantaged.
You look him over, and he seemed to be middle-aged with a lot of gray hair in his hair. However, you do remember that monks have a tendency to age much slower once they reach a certain point in enlightenment.
Ah. So, for all we know, he could be hundreds of years old.
Correct.
It's gonna be difficult to tell. Fascinating.
Damn.
Wait,
Hit that 1,000 years
damn.
of suffering.
Damn it, the elf. That elf. Fuck.
He
Sorry,
exited.
He
He was
accidentally
exiting.
spoke with the elf.
Oh.
Fascinating. Wait, shit.
Wait, I don't know that word.
What's that mean?
Yeah, how I have to go from someone who's eloquent to someone who barely speaks English is difficult, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, once a monk reaches level
Speak for yourselves,
15,
guys.
once
Go from a holy man to a thought.
at level 15, your key sustained you so that you suffered none of frailty of old age, and you can't be aged magically. While you can die of old age, however, in addition, you no longer need food or water. So he doesn't need to drink, but I like to flavor that point as you also age slower,
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
because
And-
it's called Timeless Body.
Oh yeah, and I'm now kicking myself because because I am currently level 6 monk, level 3 fighter, level 3 barbarian, meaning I'm only going to be able to get 14 levels of monk.
That's fine.
But
You're a dwarf.
You're a dwarf anyway. You'll probably still.
I want to be infinite, damn it!
And Zardak will smoke the last of his cigar before reaching up and crushing it with the palm of his hand, and tosses it towards the fireplace before exhaling the smoke and crouches down before suddenly dashing off.
One last thing.
Never mind.
Oh well.
You
Where the fuck did he go?
you can't one last thing, Zardak.
Can't one last thing, a monk. They're usually gone before you're ready. Like
Oh, well.
Batman.
Actually, hold on. I got sending. Fuck that.
You have a really bad habit of doing that one last thing crap.
I'm gonna
And,
do it anyway. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Sorry, like you have a bad tendency of doing this, and I can do it magically.
Yep. I'm gonna do
Who
sending.
said that I can't range one last thing?
One last thing. He's weak to dark ether. I know you can use it.
You do not get a reply.
Not expecting one. So, Ada will watch where he went, then go over and shut the door. Mark,
I guess both Marks say,
how long until Tempest gets here?
He's gonna look over to MK2. Do you know when?
I do not.
Beep boop.
Well, if he's rushing here and he's a dragon, he might be here by hopefully the morning. Or I can try to ask him again and see if he gives me a reply.
He might be here by. Oh, I guess now.
He
You're
might
right.
be here by hand through roof.
Well, neither of you require sleep, so stand on guard. The moment he gets here, let us know.
Okay.
And then she'll look to everyone else. Alright. First we're going to rescue Charlie and potentially Zardak and hold on,
Oh,
when
shit,
did those
when did they
three
get here?
when did they get here? Well,
What the shit?
did they just sneak in?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Joe's just gonna look around him and just be like,
She's not in her armor right now.
Oh.
we're just gonna turn around and just also
but
be,
she's
who the
still
fuck are
doing
you?
I'm sorry, what, George?
George's just gonna turn around and like about to go probably to sleep and just see 3 other new people and just be like, who the fuck are you guys?
They're us.
Oh. You
Uh,
know how there's a second me?
you see the one that looks like a second Hubert, bow to you and goes, I am. You can call me Hubie. This is Eddie and Jupe.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah, there's more than just a second me and a second Mark and a second Thurgrim.
Yeah, I should have figured that much. You
There's no
guys
second you, though.
It's a long story, but nonetheless focus. We have a difficult road ahead of us. We're probably going to be fighting someone that can defeat Zardak and Charlie, and then the person that created them. So, who might be
They're
stronger
fighting
than them
them.
both. So, I need everyone to get as much rest as they can and be ready. The moment that Tempest gets here, we're going to be leaving. Charlie was on his last legs already, and while Zardak has a better chance against Hunter Max, we already know that Hunter Max can beat him. When we're done with Hunter Max, we're probably going to be going right over to Supreme. So be ready for a long battle.
DM, quick question again. Sorry for all the questions. The 3 new arrivals that have just arrived in an arriving fashion, or have perhaps been there the whole time, I don't know. Can Elviriel see if she can determine whether they are simply simulacrum, or if there is another reason that there are seemingly exact duplicates of the other group?
Not without getting closer.
Okay, first
Okay.
off, there's no way that Edelsarde is an exact duplicate. She fucking thick and she fucking strong.
I shall, in fact, get much closer.
Oh man, that's a big... Oh, I thought you meant like straight up in her face. That would have been a big mistake.
No,
As you-
just across the table.
As you do, you see the tiefling and Eddie eating food, and then Hubie looks to you and goes, pleasure.
Indeed, a pleasure. I have a question. If the 3 of you don't mind answering said question.
He motioned you to speak.
She will point to the other Hubert, the other Jubilee, and the other Adelsarde that is apparently approached, and she will very calmly ask, are you perhaps simulacrum or clones, or what is the nature of your being?
We are from a world very similar to this one.
So an alternate
Plane of
reality?
existence. Which you're very familiar with planar travel.
But I don't know how familiar she is with I know how familiar she is with planar travel, but I don't know how familiar she is with like extraplanar beings that are exact duplicates of others.
It is unheard of, but not impossible.
More children
Just think.
to welcome.
You are quite fascinating because you points at Eddie and then you points at Adel are very similar, and yet one wields a rather large axe, and yet the other seems to have no weapon upon her at all.
I
Yeah, it's very interesting.
I appreciate your curiosity, but there's something important I need to discuss with them.
Then by all means, Elviriel will get up off of the chair and then offer it to Adel.
No, it's fine. I'll stand. And she'll look
It's a whole ass bench.
I know I don't necessarily have a right to ask anything of you, but I would like a favor.
Eddie raises her eyebrows to this. And that would be?
I need you to take care of Ricky and Squib.
That I can do.
She nods. Good. After what happened with Squib, I think that it would be better for him to stay with Ricky.
The poor lad has been through much.
I still don't like the idea of hiding this info from Riki. If we could just tell her calmly, I think it would be able to help.
Adel just shakes her head.
Too
many risks.
Yes, I disagree with your statement, but I understand that you are worried about her feelings, but her feelings are the very problem that will arise if you mention them.
I don't like taking away someone's happiness.
Beastie will go over, step on the
Roll
table.
perception.
Who, me?
Oh, you're talking to Jubilee?
Yeah. Also,
Okay,
Squib ain't even here yet. He's still
Yeah,
with
I
us
know.
recording.
Yeah, I know, but Beastie tends to just pick him up.
Yeah, but Squib ain't here yet. That's what I mean.
Yeah, he's got a plan with other Tauntaun real quick.
Alright. Beastie's gonna go up and get right in Jubilee's face. Don't be selfish.
I'm me being selfish.
Yes. You want help, friend, because it make you feel guilty.
Let me posit this to you. What matters more, the feelings of Riki or the well-being of thousands?
Both.
We no live in a world where we always get both.
Then make it happen.
We will. I will.
One day.
But you know make it happen by being stupid.
Sometimes the most insane solutions are the best solutions.
She just
Sometimes
gives,
the solutions are the simplest solutions.
she gives
No one's willing to try.
She gives Tauntaun and Jubilee a look. Me am goblin. No talk of insane with me.
And I'm absolute batshit crazy.
I'm not insane. I believe that in a better way. Jubilee just kind of gets up in a huff and just goes outside to clear her head for a bit.
Hale sighs and looks to Hubert.
Hubert looks
Which
to
one?
you. Hubert looks to you and goes, "Do you want to, or should I?"
You go.
He nods.
I'll go and get Ricky and Squib.
I would have suggested giving her time to think on her own, but perhaps this is for the best.
She is emotional. And
Clearly.
honestly, this is hard.
It
I
is.
understand the girl's frustration, but we must think of the entire herd before the individual sheep.
It is unfortunate, but
Without the
sadly,
individual sheep, there is no herd.
the emotions that one feels must not cloud their logical and critical thinking.
You sound like a robot.
At this, Eddie will wipe her mouth and go, "So what are you going to do when Riki feels betrayed that you hid this from her?"
She will feel betrayed. All I can do is explain my reasoning for it.
And if her betrayal causes the backlash of magical energy?
In that case, we won't tell her until we are able to help her live a normal life.
At which point you will have spanned possibly a lifetime of hiding something behind her back.
Yeah, there's only so much stopgaps can do.
Adel will shake her head. Necessary sacrifices.
Imagine, let me put something forth. You build a dam on a river. This dam holds back the river for years and years and years, until suddenly a storm hits that you did not prepare for, breaking the river entirely and flooding the entire area past it. Necessary. Right?
The problem with your theory is if we tell her now, the exact same thing will happen.
But it's not a lifetime.
The
But-
unfortunate thing is telling her now would likely have smaller effects, if any at all. Telling her after a lifetime will undoubtedly have severe negative consequences. But this is not my business to tell, she says, standing up. I am merely giving my insight.
She does already have many years of build-up, so either way it will be quite messy, but
Yes, but
she does have a point.
The difference is the build-up isn't by friends, Eddie
Hmm.
says as she and Hubie will walk outside.
She does posit a good point. Perhaps it is the most logical thing to tell her.
Adel is silent for a while, but then she nods. Alright.
Perhaps a controlled break is better than a unforeseen one.
Oh, in experimentation, very much so.
I say we, the three of our party, should stay here. If something goes wrong in town, then we'll take our action.
You are known as Adel, yes?
Me? Yes.
Yeah.
Adel Sarday.
You seem to be the one who is most... Either you or the tiefling seems to be the one who is the most attached to Riki within your group. Perhaps you should be the one to tell her.
Adel
Bold assumption of you.
is quiet for a while, but then she shrugs. She nods. Alright. Well,
If you wish, I could come with you.
No, it's fine. I'll just go and get her and speak with her on the way back.
5 minutes later, Edel Sarday's dead.
How about you speak with her here?
Who said this?
The other Tauntaun.
Yeah, there is like a therapist in the room.
It is a
Not-
very good idea.
Not only that, but surrounded by friends and family would hopefully keep her at ease, whereas talking in the middle of basically strangers would be a bad idea.
And if something were to go wrong, then you'd have plenty of people to calm the situation down.
That would be a good place to have a control group to maintain possible outbreaks, but you do realize that also runs a risk.
The
Yeah,
more
but it's a
people
risk
there,
that-
the more people that could get hurt.
Yes,
Indeed.
but the thing is, if we're the ones who get hurt, it's not hurting random people.
That
He
is
sa-
very
he says
true.
and taps his temple as if he was thinking.
But Riki is quite the emotional sort. It perhaps will harm her even more if she were to accidentally harm any one of us.
I think it would harm her a lot more if she, nuked a kid.
Alo is going to check on on her pocket watch. How close to curfew is it?
It's getting close.
Oh boy. Well, plan is in motion. Time to go get her.
And
Patterson, go with
okie dokie, Patterson says, and then trots after her.
Who the fuck did you learn that?
Patterson.
You get no reply as he is already gone.
Wait, which one of you says okie dokie like that?
The fuck?
All right. So while that goes on, Hubert will eventually make his way to you, Jubilee. Oops.
I already have an issue with him saying Dami Maori.
Mommy. And Hubert will approach you, Jubilee, with his hands behind his back.
It's not right.
Possibly.
We're no better than Zardek if we keep her in the dark like this.
Sorry, had to sneeze.
Okay.
Hubert just shrugs a bit to this and says, unfortunately, I do not have a personal opinion one way or the other about that.
So you don't care about Riki's happiness? Or her well-being?
The unfortunate thing, Jubilee, is I'm a man of very few interests, as we'll put it. While I have grown fond of Riki, I cannot say whether I would rather see her happy or rather see her upset. However, I know you do. If you do not enjoy the idea of keeping this from her, you should talk with Lady Adelsarday and see if there is a compromise you can come to.
I just wish you guys understood that keeping things like that from her is just going to make the situation worse. That's all it's ever going to do.
Possible. But then again, it's also possible that it would make it better. The unfortunate truth of the matter is there is no way of telling which way is the correct path to go.
So if I told you I was going to defy what Adelsarday wanted and tell her anyway, what would you do? Would you strike me down?
You're your own person, Jubilee. You are free to make your own choices and your own mistakes.
That's not what I asked. I asked, what would you do about it?
Personally,
Would you stop me or take me out?
it is not my place to stop you from doing something you want to do.
Even if it defies Adelsarday?
A lot of you all defy Lady Adelsarday. It is merely my job to not defy her. It doesn't matter what you all do. If you do not agree with something that she says, then you do not have to agree. I force none of you to conform to her. I force none of you to follow her. I never have, and I never will. Even the time that I found you disrespectful, I came to you and merely asked you to cease. Granted, in a way that you did not enjoy, but I did simply ask. It is not my place to tell you what is right and wrong.
I think I'm just upset that Adel Sardé even considered it. But she did. Like,
unfortunately, when it comes down to it, she is a rational person. And the sad truth of the matter is that it is safer for everyone around Treaty to keep her in the dark about her abilities. Because we do not know how she will act with such power. Far too many times, I have witnessed powerless individuals come into a seat of power. And more often than not, they abuse it. They crush the weak beneath their boot simply because they have become powerful.
you don't think I don't know that?
I assumed you did. You need only read a fairy tale to hear such a story. But my point is, we do not know how Riki will react to such news. Even if she does not react violently whenever she learns of it, we have no guarantee that she will not go around with her newfound power and use it to her own advantage.
So we gotta be there to help pull her back then.
And if she runs away in the middle of the night?
We chase her.
In the middle of
She's
the
like
night?
family to us now.
Yes, but my point is that she can get away from us without us realizing it.
And then we just try to find her. I never said it was going to be easy, and I don't know if you'd noticed, I don't tend to take the easy path. I just want to do what's right.
Jubilee.
And it's usually harder and puts me in a lot of danger. And I know sometimes I'm in over my head, but I still believe in doing it.
Jubilee. Sometimes, it's not always possible to do what's right. If it was within your ability to do it, then fine. But there are some cases where you have to realize that doing what's right is not always in your ability. You can try, but sometimes you will fail. Sometimes you have no choice but to accept failure. It is unfortunately an inevitability of life. Not everything goes right. The only thing you can do is try. And should things go wrong, the only thing you can do is try even harder.
I really need to have a conversation with Adel Sardé about this. Because if I don't, I'm just going to tell Riki myself and try to calmly talk her through it.
I have a feeling you need not worry of that.
I don't mind the idea of trying to take Riki to our world for help, but I understand Zardak's not doing this out of maliciousness, so to speak, but it's still not the right way to do it.
Unfortunately,
Riki would probably learn the truth eventually anyway, and then what?
Yes, but the unfortunate thing is I'm not sure there is a correct way of doing something like this. But then again, I always look on the downsides.
And I believe there is a right way to do this, just with love and understanding. And support. Saying we'll be there for her.
Those are
to help her through this.
Those are things you know I am very capable of.
Yeah.
Well, I was at least. Whether it be a downside or an upside. I hate to admit it, but I have grown past that.
Oh my, the almighty Hubert's actually showing us a side of him we haven't seen before.
Us. Last I checked, there was only one person here aside from myself. And if you tell anybody, I can always
You'll kill me, I know.
Oh, no. I will not kill you. I will simply make it seem as if you are telling a fabrication. And
Here I was, thought you were gonna gag me.
let's see. What's the fun in that if you're wanting it to happen?
I'll make sure to leave the room vacant for you and Needle Sarday. She probably needs some guidance herself tonight.
Hubert shrugs to this. We'll see. I do not know if I actually assisted you with my conversation, but I can assure you, you likely need not worry. I have a hunch that Lady Adelsarde may have changed her mind.
I'm back.
I hope so.
Did I assist you? Or did I make things worse?
No, I guess all I was is really frustrated with the whole situation more than anything. So my frustrations are a little more calm, at least.
Wonderful.
However, if she doesn't tell her tonight, I will try to tell Ricky at the next possible convenient time.
Of course you will.
Well, like I said, I'm doing what I believe is right.
Yes. You're becoming just as annoying as Lady Adelsarde.
Huh. And here I thought you were annoyed that there were two Tauntauns. Now you got two of another thing to deal with, huh?
Honestly, their antics are more tolerable than Lady Adelsarde flinging herself into death's hands all the time.
Ghibli kind of chuckles a little bit, but then kind of feels her forehead. Yeah, you tend to be that I don't like how that was called selfish about this either, but just trying to think of other people, not myself.
Who cares what a goblin thinks? They are not sound of mind from this room anyway.
I'll be back inside in a bit. I'm just gonna watch the sky for a little bit.
Then I shall stay here.
Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll stay out here long enough for Adelsarde to return.
I suppose we will have to wait and see.
Ghibli will just kind of sit in the grass and look up at the sky.
Hubert will ease down beside you.
Ghibli will kind of just crawl her hand over to his, then.
He'll look down but gently grasp your hand, and much like always, he's wearing a glove.
I'll walk on in, and then look over to Ricky and Squib. Ricky, or Squib,
Yeah?
can you wait in my room for a bit?
Squib blinks a bit and goes, why?
It's important.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out why.
Do you trust me, Squib?
Yes?
Then no, I can't answer that yet.
Squib just tilts his head and goes, "Sounds like you don't really trust me then."
Ricky,
Riki looks up at you.
can you wait in my room, please?
Okay.
I'll wait for Ricky to go. And then look to Squib. We need to make a decision with Squib, with Ricky.
Okay.
I was hoping you would stay and wait with her while I speak with the others about said decision.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks.
Jubilee's coming back in with looking pretty not happy with Ale today, but not like overly angry either. Just I don't know what the proper wording for this is.
Upset.
I'm mad.
I don't even really want to call it mad. Just like opposing is the best way I can come up with it.
Elle has her arms full behind her back, and Jubilee looks up and down and takes in her expression, then looks over to Thorgrim, then looks to Tauntaun, then finally looks to Mark. I am not making this decision by myself. The last time I made a decision by myself, it caused anguish. It made you so angry that you left. And she looks to Mark.
True.
Why don't we do a ballot system?
That's what I'm suggesting. That's why I haven't
No, as in
spoken
one
to
where
her
none of
yet.
us know. As in one where none of us know who voted for what. That way no possible problems could actually occur between people.
No, I think we just go out in the open if we're voting on this.
I agree.
All cards on the table.
So we're going to have a vote. Just us. What we do with Ricky. I originally believed that taking Zardak's approach and not telling her anything would be the best, but now I'm not so sure. But he had a point. Telling her everything would be a bad idea. So this is what I am voting for. We don't tell her, we tell her that we're keeping something from her, and that if she wants to know it, she can ask us and we will tell her. But the consequences would be bad. I vote to put the decision in her hands, rather than choosing for her.
That sounds like plan. I feel like no matter what we do, we're kind of sort of hooped. So, leaving the decision to her, probably the best way to go about it.
My only issue is she doesn't know what she's deciding on.
We will help her as much as we can with that decision. But my vote is that we leave the decision to her.
And at this, Jubilee, Hubert nudges you in the ribs as if telling you to tell her your plan.
Well, I really don't think we should just keep it from her. And I think we need to just tell her everything. We need to show that we love and care for her. We really need to support her.
But at the same time, if we let her know everything, she might pop and then blow up the village.
If she's understanding of us and, trust us, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Again, if we just tell her, oh, there's something we're hiding from you, that's not a way to build trust.
Yeah,
We're a family.
The issue
Rather than
with that,
saying that it's hidden, just say we have an important piece of information concerning you.
And that's when she wants to know about it, she can ask us, but know that there will be
Exactly.
consequences for knowing it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So don't tell her it's...
The thing with emotion is it's a really useful tool, but it can also blow up in your face. You've seen it with me plenty of times.
And what has been done every time you've blown up? You've had us to pull you back to the light side.
But
we just need to do that.
We also had somebody leave and join somebody that's almost killed us multiple times. Not throwing shade, Mark, but I'm stating facts. We have also had somebody who has been so angry that they have killed multiple people. She looks to Hubert.
Hubert just looks to you and says, "That is not a very fair accusation. I've killed people without being angry."
And we have had people so angry that they lose complete control over themselves and act almost unconsciously.
In every one of those instances, there was one of us to pull the rest of us to pull that person back.
But
no buts. That's what's happened every
no,
single time.
But
yes, buts.
Yes, but because our emotions and our anger don't blow up the whole entire cities.
Yes, even though we pull each other back, there will still be consequences. We can lessen the consequences, but the consequences are there all the same.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that whole blowing up a city thing. I've had an instance where my anger caused a block to go up in flames, and I didn't have anyone to support me. And it just got worse.
Oh,
If I never met you people, I'd probably just be traveling around trying to mask all the stuff I've done continually. Instead of open up about this. I actually believe in Ricky to remain at least calm about this if we explain it slowly. I have enough faith in her that we can pull her back out of whatever funk it'll put her in, if it puts her in one.
I see.
Why don't you guys have the same faith?
Because I've seen it happen before. People who I have had faith in. Emotions are emotions nonetheless. Consequences will occur, whether we wanted to or not. It's not that I don't trust her, but I know that if we tell her, things will happen.
And better that they happen while we're around so we can pull her out of it than if it just happens randomly and we can't get to her.
That's why I'm saying leave it up to her. Let her decide when she wants to know this. Let her decide when she feels comfortable to know this information.
And how are we supposed to know when she is? Unless she knows what we're talking about.
You trust her to have this information, but you do not trust her to be rational or mature enough to know that we are hiding it for a reason, and that we are waiting for her to tell us, waiting for her to ask for this information when she feels she is ready.
That's not giving her the information. That's just saying, hey, we're hiding something from you. And that's...
Jubilee, it's not, we're not even hiding it. We haven't even started to hide it. We're still making a decision on it now. And if we talk to her in such a way to where we're not telling her, hey, we're blatantly hiding it, then it will become much easier. We just learned this today, and we're deciding what to do with it now. If we simply tell her, we found out some information that could be vital, that is about you. It could make things better, it could make things worse. We'll leave it in your hands. Does that not seem like we're trying to help her, and that's the case?
Don't we all care about Ricky, Jubilee? That is why this is probably the most difficult choice that we have to make. But we have to make this choice. And she looks at everyone. Together, we have to make this choice. So we have to vote. I'm voting that we leave the decision in Ricky's hands.
From across the table, Elviriel will raise a hand.
Yes, Gloomhollow?
I'm simply agreeing with you. The decision should ultimately be decided by the one who seeks the information should they feel the need to seek it. But I believe that she is mature and old enough to realize that sometimes information can be a very difficult thing to process. And emotions are a very difficult thing to control. And then Thorgrim from the other side, I fucking hate this, but ultimately I just want what's best for Riki, and I feel like what's best for Riki is to be able to process this with her own mind. But if we just dump it on her all at once, it could cause an explosion. So I wish there was a way we could just drip feed the information to her bit by bit, but this fucking sucks.
Well, you know where my vote is.
Mark, Tauntaun?
My vote is you just simply tell her.
Alright, Mark. Seems you're the timekeeper. Tiebreaker.
I mean, he is part clock.
Mark?
Bork.
I think he's thinking.
Buffering.
This is the second session in a row that he's gotten a big decision he has to make.
Yep.
Sorry, dude.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
I
can
can
hear
hear you.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully this one he won't, doom everyone.
Hold on, let me consult my brother.
Which brother? Which one?
Hold on, I need to ask Supreme which idea is the best one to go.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Supreme is the magic 8
No, he's
ball
gonna-
at this point.
He's gonna say, I think the best decision is to let her make the choice.
Alright. So it's decided. We'll tell Riki that we have this information, but we'll leave the decision up to her. And she looks between Jubilee and Tauntaun. Understood?
I still don't think it's right.
Tauntaun?
As a newly licensed therapist, I personally believe this is a very bad idea.
Are we understood? You won't go behind our backs and just tell her.
If I do, it would be in a very... what's the word? Remote location. Where the worst that's gonna happen is my death and trees.
Yes, your
I feel like I
death.
need to make a roll for this.
At
Oh
which point
boy.
Patterson would know exactly where I go. With orders that if I don't reappear after a certain amount of time, to take you there.
Yes, where she was and will most likely have run off to do who knows what to other people.
Sure, I won't tell her.
Faith in the queen.
So,
Fuck.
I have a quick question for everybody.
Yeah?
Alright.
Have any of you noticed that Tall, Dark, and Gloomy is not here?
Yeah. He's in the room with Ricky
Yeah,
and
no.
Squid.
I didn't hear what you said, but
Has any of you noticed that Tall, Dark, and Gloomy is no longer here?
Yeah, I
no, I
definitely
noticed. It's just
Hey,
so
what-
it's preoccupied with that.
I thought
There
that he went over there because he wanted to make sure that Ricky and Squid were okay.
Oh yeah,
What if-
totally.
Yeah,
That's
what if that's a lie?
Yo, if he went over there to kill her.
Yeah, that
I-
4 on the D20 there sure says that's what he did. Yeah, sure.
Oh boy.
So yeah, Mark's on
I'm-
leave, but he figured it's just Hubert thing.
I'm at least gonna see them before we have the conversation.
Alright.
As you get to the door, Jubilee, you hear the doorknob turn, and the door creak open. You see Hubert, and he is bleeding profusely.
Whoa, Cat, gotta grab him. Are you okay?
He doesn't seem like he's fainting. I'm fine.
What happened?
I made a decision for you all.
God damn it, Hubert.
What'd you do?
Fucking hell, Hubert. God
Look
damn it.
past him real quick.
I realized none of you would be able to come to a consensus, and seeing as my vote would have been impartial, considering I would have followed with Adel Sade, I made a decision.
Look past him, see how the
I
other two
swear
are
to
doing.
God, Hubert.
You look past and you see Riki currently hugging a pillow, staring at the ground with Squib rubbing her back.
So, you said it?
If you thought I had killed her, do you honestly think you would have caught me?
No, I was kind of hoping it wasn't a self-destruction situation.
In any case, she is fine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go outside.
What happened to you, though?
She can tell you.
Okay.
Hubert, I've made a
Please
decision
let-
for you. Oh, sorry.
Please let everyone else know what you did.
I made a decision for you. I took Riki to a farm.
What the fuck, dude?
I was gonna say,
Wow.
Hubert, I've made a decision
Yo.
for you, since you guys can't make a decision.
She's
Hubert, we
staying
made a
home with
decision.
The bunnies. The very, very
Something,
soft
something, Riki,
bunnies.
something, woodshed.
Sorry, Mark, what?
Just a limping
I'll say-
Hubert right now.
I'll say, Hubert, you guys can make a decision. Hubert, we've also the party. We just made a decision.
Yeah, we literally just made the decision as he made the decision.
Look, man, I rolled the D20. I pulled a J. It rolled badly. He made the choice.
Bruh.
Actually,
God damn it.
In all fairness, we didn't make a decision because it's
yes.
obvious what Hubert chose, so we were
Hubert-
back right at the beginning.
Hubert following the Mark route of just making a decision and doing something himself.
So what's the rest of the party's reaction to Hubert just limping past, bleeding?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm taking a wild guess, he made a decision.
As you all continue talking, you hear the footfalls, and you look over, and Hubert, with his hands behind his back and bleeding very profusely, calmly walks through the room without a word. Doesn't even seem like he's hurt as he heads toward the door.
is there a reason that that man is covered in blood?
If I were to take a guess, he just told Riki.
Hubert,
Yes, my lady.
what did you do?
I listened to your advice.
Which was?
I decided to do something that I wanted to do.
Oh,
And you told her.
Yes. And I told her to unleash any power she felt upon me.
Ada will just cover her mouth as she stares at Hubert.
As it turns out, whatever occurred reopened all of my wounds. So I need to go clean my clothing.
Are you injured,
pop down to the pond.
or did your wounds just... your scars just open? Are you in pain?
I need to go clean my clothing.
Meanwhile, Jubilee, Riki, are you okay?
She stares blankly at the floor and then slowly nods.
Jubilee will just kind of reach over and just hug her. It's okay. We're here. We got you.
Do you need anything of me, my lady?
I'm coming with you.
You should go check on Riki.
Adol shakes her head. She'll be fine with the others for now.
If you are sure. With that, Hubert leaves.
Adol will follow. Yeah, Beastie saw Tauntaun was just standing there and she shoved past him.
And so did Thor, apparently.
So there's just a Jubilee trying to comfort her and keep her.
This wasn't a shove pass. This was a run through pass.
He ran through the wall.
No, like ran through Tauntaun.
Or Thorgrim to Hubert. Did it just reopen your wounds, or are you in pain? Hubert, who literally had every wound from his past open all at once. Oh, fine. It's fine.
Great, he pulled
You
a
just
Zorro.
pulled a Zorro.
Yeah, literally a Zorro.
Hey!
But like, I know, like, Hubert, like, all of his wounds, he's got wounds all over his body, but he's not going to accept any healing from Thorgrim. He was going to offer, then I quickly went, oh, no, wait, no, never mind, that won't work.
Hubert wouldn't have said no. He's grown past
Not
that.
on this one.
Really?
Shit.
Everything hurts.
So long as you prioritize healing Adol Sarday over healing him, he is fine with it. But she wasn't hurt.
Oh. I misread that then. Shit.
He did not understand the assignment.
Yes, I misread the intention.
This seems like a good spot to leave it off.
Oh boy.
Oh!
Except what?
Except, Mark, roll a perception.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Why now? Jesus.
Oh god.
Here comes Dad.
Supreme has come for his kid.
Hello, brother.
Ah!
I was gonna say,
Oh,
my
I'm
god,
seeing
that's funny.
All right, Mark, as you let them have their moment, you walk to the window and you look out. You are scratching the head of your bird as you look up into the sky, and as you do, you see a pair of eyes looming down at you through the window.
He did not go in disguise.
Where is your report card, Mark?
We need to have a conversation.
I'm back from parent-teacher conference.
Mark is just gonna
It was Two's fault.
look up and just be like, oh fuck, hi dad.
Alrighty, and we'll leave it there for the time.
Oh,
timing on that.
shit.
One
Best
character
cliffhanger
emotionally broken. Adol Sarday and Hugh are about to go have a fucking fight, probably. Meanwhile, Mark's scared about his dad.
Looks
Man.
up. Uh-oh.
Why did he have to show up now? Couldn't he have let us rest?
Maybe
No.
everyone should have just went to sleep like Adol Sarday said, like George did.
Yeah, maybe we she was like, let's have a long rest, and instead we had a fucking a philosophical moral dilemma that just got fuck. Man.
Man, this playing two characters shit is fun. I love it. It's great.
I love having my emotionally distanced fucking George while having Mark who's getting in touch with this emotion.
Yeah, George has no idea what any of this happened. He's just in his bed, like, just.
You know,
Here, take a long rest and a big battle coming. And he was like, "All right, bet," and then just went right to sleep.
you know what we could do? While party number 1 recovers from this emotional onslaught, party number 2 can go rescue Zardak.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we
not-
would have
not
even less of a
entirely a
chance
bad
of
idea.
survival. Shit.
I think that wouldn't go well, considering Edelsoda is the only person who could probably hurt Hunter Mac.
Well, not really,
They
because
can.
like the only thing that Adel can do is that she used her Dark Ether to reduce his resistance, but Zardak has Dark Ether too.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
but,
that.
but
Yeah, we gotta
Zardak-
also think that
Zardak's Dark Ether may not be able to do what yours does.
Oh, that's a good point.
on top of the fact that when Mark saw I'm pretty sure he was working on Hunter Max, so he might have fixed that problem.
He might have, you're right. Well,
Yeah, some upgrades. Ugh.
So what I'm
Upgrades,
hearing
people,
is we just need to
upgrades.
learn Elemental Bane.
You need to just learn how to use Light Ether now.
yeah, good luck with
No,
that.
Just Elemental Bane. It's a great spell. Every scribe should have it.
Do you have it?
I do not yet. Mostly
But-
because nobody wants to help fund my need for spells.
Just fucking fund it yourself, you goddamn fun trust baby.
But what was really funny was I rolled that d20 to see how Hubert would act, because the entire conversation he was listening to you all, and he knew that ultimately you would not come to a consensus, like an actual consensus, because he knew that A, Jubilee would go behind everybody's back, and B, Tauntaun would go behind everybody's back. So, what?
Hey, at least Tauntaun was honest that he'd go behind everyone's back.
So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
Hubert?
I just suck at lying.
You're kind
So
of lucky that this happened before Adel saw that crit fail deception.
So
Yeah.
here's the funny thing, because I'll tell you exactly how Hubert handled the situation. He walked in, told Riki everything. Riki freaked the fuck out and blasted him with magic, at which point he smacked the shit out of her and calmed her down.
Holy fuck, Hubert.
Yeah, and now there's Tauntaun over here ready to ask the fucking priest to just get everyone away from the person who just had a giant mental drop.
Man, if Adel Serde was there, she would not trust you with Ricky. Good thing she ain't there.
Pull yourself together. Smack.
Meanwhile,
Like-
Mark having to try to not get destroyed.
But yeah, like quite literally, Hubert walked in, told her everything, and while having every wound he has ever suffered reopening, smacked the ever-living fuck out of the kobold and told her to get her shit together.
And it worked. I mean, you can't fault him, it worked, but
Yeah.
I guess so, but damn, if Jubilee ever finds out that, she's gonna attempt to beat the hell out of Hubert.
But here is the thing. Now she knows, which means the after effects, all the consequences of her knowing, everything she does from here will be on us. She might,
Oh, yeah.
It'll be on Hubert.
But she's aware of it now.
she might be a good person and help us. She might become the next Rashi. I guess we're going to find out. Who knows?
Also depends on how we. It also depends on how he treats Squib as well.
I mean, every single villain
we love them.
aside from one faction, we directly caused. So
Oh, yeah.
it would not surprise me if it happens again.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? We
Oh,
caused every single
I mean, it's
faction.
only a matter of time before it does.
Well,
We stole Riki. We freed Rashi.
Well, now you
Yeah.
got a new thing to report to Zardak. She knows now.
I ain't telling her shit. I ain't telling him shit. He killed me.
Oh, I'll do it. Fuck it.
You ain't telling him shit. He'll kill you.
Hold on. There's a bigger issue. Ophi, he has literally a rock that calls Zardak.
Yeah, and Beastie 13 is right there and said, "Don't do it," and then he did it. So
Yeah, the problem is the second party has more loyalty to Zardak, so they're gonna be like, so bad news, boss.
yeah, remember how you told them not to tell them? Yeah, they told her.
they did the
Well,
thing.
Like, as soon as you left, they told her.
Of course.
Well,
of course they
on the
did.
bright side, if we save Zardak's life, he will owe us, so he can't kill us.
To be fair, we have so many situations.
Good
that
news,
can
boss.
probably-
The city is not destroyed.
So many situations
Well,
that
the
might need
paladin
to
might
wait,
be, but-
so.
Yeah, it might lead to the city being destroyed. It might lead to her killing Zardak and everybody in his countries.
Hey, goddammit, guys, show love and support. It will help.
Actually, fuck, I remember that. Zardak was, well,
I mean, we did show love and support to the guy that freed Washi. And we did show love and support to Riki, which got all of us almost killed by Zardak. And
the same
Mark
thing
did
in
show
Unit.
love and support to his brother, which caused that to occur.
true, his own screwed up way of love and support, which he still hasn't showed details of the deal he made yet.
And us showing love and support to the people of Haven almost got did get Barbiel killed. Man,
Did get killed.
yeah, that's why I corrected myself. He did get killed.
Right, well, it's getting late, so...
And now we get to wait until next week to see what happens.
Man, Riki,
I also
I'm just waiting
Hi, audience.
because every time we tried to do something good, we made things worse. So,
Yep.
If you enjoyed the video, like, comment, and subscribe. Hope you stick around to see more of what I make. Be seeing ya.